a month and $99 installation. You'll also receive a $100 Visa gift card with a free gutter inspection and in-home estimate. Damage from clogged gutters can cost you thousands. Never worry about clogged gutters again. Don't wait, you've still got time. Call 1-833-2-GUTTERS today. That's 1-833-2-GUTTERS.
I'm Priscilla Alvarez at the White House, and this is CNN.
You're watching CNN News Central. I'm Boris Sanchez with Brianna Keeler in Washington, and Wolf Blitzer is live for us in Tel Aviv. In just a few moments, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to reporters as Israel enters what they're describing as the second stage of their war on Hamas. Israeli Defense Forces, as you can see on your screen, intensifying airstrikes and expanding operations on the ground in Gaza, where the IDF says dozens of militants were killed over the weekend.
Today, the terror group Hamas released a short video that shows 3 women, it's believed, taken hostage on October 7th when Hamas murdered more than 1,400 people. CNN is not showing this footage, but in it, one of the captives, who obviously may have been under duress, speaks to Netanyahu pleading for freedom. Wolf?
In Gaza, civil order is beginning to collapse right now in the southern and central region, according to UN officials. They say, and I'm quoting now, thousands of people broke into warehouses and distribution centers, taking wheat, flour, and hygiene supplies. It's a sign of the growing despair as the very few aid trucks continue to trickle in. Very few. It's nowhere near meeting the need of the more than 2 million people trapped there right now, more than half of them children. CNN's Melissa Bell is joining us from Cairo right now. She's covering the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding. But I want to start with CNN's Nick Robertson, who's joining us from Sderot in Israel, not far from Gaza. Nick, as we wait for Prime Minister Netanyahu to take the podium, I want to start with the breaking news we're following that a female Israeli soldier has just been released in Gaza. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Private Ori Megadish has been released. This is absolutely remarkable and incredible news, Wolf, because I think a lot of people had really felt once the ground operation began in Gaza, this sort of thing would be unlikely, that the hostages would be in deep tunnels and very hard to find. Now, the IDF is saying that she was released during a ground operation, that she has been taken and given medical checks and appears to be fine. In fact, she's met with her family, again, quite remarkable. So this seems to indicate that the IDF, I say indicate because the IDF's not saying, that they will likely have had active, timely intelligence about where she was. Of course, they may have part of their operations because they're now on the ground in Gaza, that they may have stumbled across her. But the fact that she is released, has had medical checks, and is with her family is quite a stunning turn of developments. It's the first time that the IDF has been able to release any of the hostages, and this is one of their own. And this must give some comfort and some hope to all those other families who are waiting for news about their loved ones, Wolf.
Very important, that's major breaking news. Another Israeli female soldier has just been released. The Israelis say they're in Gaza for the long haul, Nick, and the fighting is clearly intensifying even as we speak right now, especially on and under the ground. What more do we have on that?
Yeah, the IDF is saying they're putting in additional forces, that they're increasing the tempo with infantry, with armor. They've been dropping leaflets to the citizens of Gaza, telling them that the area is now a battlefield. In the north of Gaza, the center of Gaza, they are telling residents to move to the south to a humanitarian area in the south of Gaza at the moment, because the north is a battlefield. We've seen videos shot by a journalist in Gaza today that appear to show an IDF tank firing on what appeared to be a civilian vehicle at close range. The IDF has said that is impossible to know whether it was terrorists or civilians in that vehicle. But the message to residents in Gaza is, in the north at least, that the area is a battlefield. And the way the IDF is working there, they're saying they're using the ground troops to identify terrorist targets. This is their language. And then they're calling in airstrikes on those targets. And we've been hearing throughout the day occasional missile explosions from munitions dropped by jets. We're hearing the jets even now circling in the sky. And earlier on we could see the contrails in the sky of the jets flying sort of lazy loops outside of Gaza, waiting to get the call from the troops on the ground as the fight inside of Gaza on the ground intensifies. Wolf.
Nick, I want to turn to the Hamas videos that have been released showing apparent Israeli hostages. Give us more details on what they show, and we should tell our viewers CNN is not, repeat, not airing this video.
Yeah, there were 3 female hostages. One of the female hostages speaks. Again, we don't know if she's speaking under duress, but she makes it clear that they've been held since October the 7th. She clearly identifies that. She also says, and this will be information that apparently she will have been told by her captors, that there was supposed to be a ceasefire, and she's been told, because she says this, that the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, didn't go along with the ceasefire, and that's why they're still hostages. She becomes very determined in her delivery, telling the Prime Minister that he and his government is responsible for security failings, and the fact that they were taken hostage, that there wasn't a speedy enough military response. So again, you begin to get the picture that this is the sort of language that Hamas wants to spread, and this unfortunate hostage may not have a great deal of choice about what she's saying, but she closes with an incredibly emotional appeal, essentially, help free us, don't allow us to be killed.
Yeah, it's all so intense and so disturbing. Nick, thank you very much. Stay safe where you are in Sderot. I want to go to Melissa Bell, who's in Cairo right now. Melissa, I know you're following what's going on in Gaza. Has there been any progress in getting more important supplies into Gaza?
It is a painfully slow trickle, Wolf, that continues to make its way through the Rafah crossing. We've just heard that an extra 26 aid trucks had made it through, carrying those much-needed medical supplies, a bit of food. That is up from the 118 trucks that we saw earlier today. But look, we're hearing also there are a couple dozen extra waiting for inspection. Even if by the end of today or tomorrow we get towards 200 trucks or just above, that will be all that's gone through since the start of this conflict. Bear in mind, Wolf, that the UN estimates you need 100 trucks a day minimum to meet the very basic needs of the population. We've just been speaking to the World Food Programme. They say that even before this war began, 80% of Gazans were dependent on some kind of food aid, and at the time there could be up to 400 trucks a day that went in. So it gives you an idea of how little there is now for people to survive on. And I think what you mentioned a moment ago, those images we've seen over the course of the last few days of UN warehouses being swarmed by desperate civilians in search of those most basic supplies speaks to that. The World Food Programme says their very own staff now is sheltering in some of those parts of southern and central Gaza. People unable to get water, unable to get food, unable to get to toilets. The hygiene situation extremely concerning. And it is really only a ceasefire that would allow the kind of change in the amount of trucks going through that would allow that to change. The problem is the bottleneck at the Rafah crossing is very unlikely to get any better as long as the fighting continues.
Melissa Bell in Cairo for us. Melissa, thank you very much. We'll get back to you. But right now I want to get back to the breaking news, major breaking news. The IDF says a female Israeli soldier who had been kidnapped by Hamas has just been freed during ground operations in Gaza. We're expecting to hear, by the way, from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very soon. We'll have live coverage of that. But right now I want to bring in our special guests who are here with me in Tel Aviv. Sharon and Ayal Eshal. To both of you, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're the parents of a 19-year-old missing IDF soldier. Your daughter Roni, there's a picture. Roni Eshal. I understand you just heard from your daughter during a brief text while she was stationed at a military base near the Gaza border. That was the last time you heard from her, and here's another picture that we're showing. Tell us about that last conversation, that last exchange, text message you had with your daughter.
It was Saturday, the Black Shabbat for us. It was actually when we heard the missiles and the whole siren in Israel, and then I started to call her, and she didn't answer for me. And then in 9:27, she made a text message to Sharon and told her, "Hi, ma'am, I'm okay. I'm in duty. I feel okay." And for
red heart emojis,
the red emojis.
saying I love you, and I texted her back, I love you too, take care. That was it.
You heard, both of you just heard the breaking news
Oh,
that
yeah.
a female Israeli soldier has
Yeah.
just been freed, just been released, according to the IDF.
Yeah.
We are so happy.
We are very happy, and she's one of Ronnie's friends. She's one of her. She's one of the team, and we are so excited.
Yeah.
They were friends in the army,
Oh yeah.
Yes, they
Sure.
are friends in the army, and they were both in the same team.
the same team.
Yeah,
So this is encouraging to you that maybe, God willing,
very.
your daughter will be released as well, we hope.
I hope, and I hope it will be soon.
Yeah. And I'm sure you want to speak to her friend who has just been released and,
Yeah,
and get a sense of what
she needs to recover from what she has been through, but I'm positive that we are going to talk with her very soon.
Were they kidnapped together, do you know?
We don't know nothing about the details about the duty at the last Black Shabbat, Black Saturday. But all we know is like a puzzle that we are making together, all of us. Exactly what's happened there, we don't know. We don't know nothing actually. What time it was, how it was, nothing.
You know, she was in the communication room. The last
Your
message.
daughter was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the last message was on 9:27 a.m.
Even though the bombs started coming in about 6:30.
Yeah. Yeah. She was. We think that she was on her shift from 4 to 8 a.m. and then she stayed there because the bombing started, and the communication was supposed to be the safest place in the base.
Right.
Until they set it on fire.
Sharon, you told me before we went on the air that you would like to say a few words to your daughter. If I don't know if she's watching, but you seem to think if that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think she's watching, and I would like to say to her, Ronnie, you have to stay strong. We are going to get you back. We
I
are going
promise to you.
to get you back. The IDF will get you back. You have to stay strong. Everyone is looking for you, and you have to believe that we are coming. We are coming to save you.
You want to say something to her in Hebrew too?
Oh, she understands English
Right.
very
Ronnie?
well. Yes, she's.
Maybe it'd be
אנחנו-
nice if you want to say something. If you
No,
want to, you don't
if
have
it's
to.
okay.
Of course it's okay.
רוני, זה המשימה של חיינו. אנחנו נחזיר אותך הביתה, אני מבטיח לך. אנחנו נעשה מסיבה גדולה כשזה יקרה, אבל תהיי חזקה. אנחנו נחזיר אותך ואת כל הבנות האחרות הביתה. אני מבטיח לך, רוני, באמת.
Well, let's hope and pray that what he just said happens, that you are reunited with your beautiful daughter. And here's a picture of her.
Yeah.
A very special young lady.
Yes,
She's only 19 years old, right?
She's 19 years old. She's very beautiful, as
Yes.
you can see, and she's very talented. She loves cooking. She loves music. She loves to hear Taylor Swift and Harry Styles. And we just been to a concert of Maroon 5 when they were here in Israel, and we danced and we sang, and I want to take her again. I want
Actually,
to take her again.
this is a picture from the first day in the army.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 1 year and 4 months ago.
It's hard to believe that this has actually happened in Israel. I've been to Israel many times, reported on a lot of news here. It's hard to believe that terrorists would be able to come in to Israel, not just kidnap and take away your beautiful daughter, but so many other people, just including children, including grandmothers and grandfathers.
Yes, we
It's
call
hell.
it, as we call it, it's the Black Sabbath, and they butchered and they killed. It was a massacre. Actually, you should say it. It's a massacre because they killed babies, women, children, elderly, and much more horrible things that I won't speak about them now. And what I would really like is to ask the help of the international community to help us. Please help us. Help us bring Myroni back home and help us bring all the kidnapped people.
Yeah.
Because there are so much civilian and children and babies. And babies, do you know that there was a woman, pregnant woman, who gave birth in captivity? We don't know if she's alive, if the baby is alive. And they should all be back home.
They should be.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm speaking to you as a mom, as a parent. Please help me. Help me bring her back home and all the other kidnapped people.
Well, let's hope that happens. And thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for your story. And when you are reunited, God willing, with Roni, we'd like to continue
Oh yeah, sure.
conversation.
I promise you.
I'd like to meet her.
I promise you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
As we say, Ba'atzlacha.
For all of us.
Boris, back to you.
More than 230 hostages still being held by Hamas. We do want to get a military perspective on Israel's ground operations in Gaza. So for that, we have retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Mark Kimmett with us. He's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General, great to be with you. Obviously, overnight, Israel conducted these exercises in the Gaza Strip. They said they killed dozens of Hamas terrorists. Walk us through what you're seeing in this early part of what they described as the second phase of their operation.
Yeah, first of all, we wouldn't call this an exercise. We call this an operation. What they're trying to do is a little more than what is known as a reconnaissance in force. They've probably got a pretty good idea of what's in front of them. They're sending some preliminary forces in there to get a sense of how hard they're going to fight. They're meant to be a shield before the main elements come in for this ground invasion.
And so our reporting indicates that they're roughly now 2 miles into the Gaza Strip. When you consider that this is urban warfare, that this is people barricaded in buildings, and that there are also, again, some 230 hostages being held by Hamas in tunnels and other places, how does that sort of complicate the situation as we take a look at this map of where evacuation routes have been laid out?
Yeah, what I'd say is, first of all, this is exactly the opposite from Ukraine. Ukraine is flat and open. They're not fighting inside the cities there. Once they get inside the city, they will be fighting off a significant number of terrorists, and they will be obstructed by the buildings. There'll be snipers in those buildings. There'll be tunnels. This is the toughest type of mission for a military unit, which is exactly why Hamas chose to fight in this manner.
I do want to play some sound for you. This is what the White House is saying about the potential for a broader regional conflict in the Middle East. Let's go ahead and listen.
We also take our national security interests writ large in the region very seriously, which is why the president has now employed 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. One will stay in the Eastern Med, one will go on down to the Gulf region. We've got to make sure we send a signal to all actors, not just Iran, but all actors, certainly Iran included, that we will take our national security interests very seriously. We will protect and defend our troops, and we'll do it at a time and a manner of our choosing.
I quickly want to point out the U.S. is sending multiple assets to the region. So what would it really take for the United States in that area to deter some of the other actors from getting involved?
Well, I think first you've got to recognize is that we have in-place forces already set. We have U.S. military forces, ground forces here in Kuwait. You've got a very, very large air element in Qatar. We're bringing in naval assets here into the Persian Gulf, as John Kirby just said.
We have forces here in the Eastern Med. We have forces transversing here. So it ought to be a very clear sign that not only does the United States have the willingness, but the capability in place to be able to fed American soldiers, embassy officials, critical U.S. allies in the region. That is a large force that has got to be sending a clear message to Iran that if they do something, we have the capability to respond.
And quickly, General, you're just returning from the region. What were your impressions? What stood out to you?
Well, I think the headline is the street is back, in the sense that the Palestinian cause, which had sort of lied dormant for about the last 5 or 6 years, is now resonates through the streets. It's pretty calm, but it's clear if this war gets bigger, they will be forcing the politicians in their countries to back away some of the most significant diplomatic efforts that have been made over the past 5 years. My view is this is going to cause all of those diplomatic efforts we've made, those advances, to go away.
General Mark Kimmett, appreciate your expertise. Thanks so much for sharing it with us. Still to come on News Central, missed warning signs. New information obtained by CNN showing that police were made aware of the main mass shooter's mental condition prior to the shooting. We'll tell you what we're learning when we come back.
This is spring semester, and Fairfield Sassoon Unified. They switched to Google Tools for education because there's never been a reported ransomware attack on a Chromebook. Now they're focused on learning, knowing that their data is secure.
At Long John Silver's, feed your sea tooth with efficient shrimp platter. 2 heavyweights of the high seas dipped in our signature batter and fried to golden perfection. Pair your platter with Wisconsin white cheddar cheese bites and ride a wave of melty goodness. Order ahead at longjohnsilvers.com. Fish yeah!
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why I take Kesimpta. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reaction.
Breaking news, we've been listening to Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant speaking right now. Let's listen.
When the Gaza war is going on, it's the government only. It's the government only that can operate powers. The IDF, Shin Bet, the police, they are the one that should operate. I would like to say, in a very confirmed way, 99% of the time, and an additional percent, most of the citizens of the Judea and Samaria are volunteers and are loyal citizens. It's coming from other places. I advise everybody to keep being united and not to look at a particular phenomenon. You're showing the different fronts regarding potential fronts. Is there an option for air attack with the US, combined forces with the US? I'm very glad regarding our relationship with the US and the Americans. It's showing with the partnership with the Americans and the war rooms and the headquarters with the Americans and defense support, and it's our luck. And I would like to thank the President of the US and General Austin, the head of the defense Defense Secretary, for doing such a great job and assisting us in anything. I would say, additional thing, there's no need to get into the details. It's not going to help us. It's clear that the US is standing behind us. We've seen additional attacks of Hezbollah in the north. Is the IDF going to abolish the threat of the Hezbollah? We are at war in the south, that's the definition. I think that Hezbollah is Hamas's fault because we have defense forces in the north, and I'm hoping that we're going to keep the quiet in this front. They deserve a different government, you said. What do you think the government responsibility regarding your quotes from the past? The events that happened that shouldn't have happened, I said, and I would say again, I was a defense minister when the events occurred. I'm responsible for the defense forces and defense system, and I will bring them for victory against the Hamas. That's how I'm going to act. Defense Minister, did you know when you started the job, did you know that they decided not to listen to the Hamas anymore? That was Lieberman said.
Until recently, many believed that the promise of progress in the 21st century would enable us to move beyond the barbaric horrors of the past towards a better and brilliant future. Many believed that we could go about our comfortable lives and that evil will simply pass us by. It will not. The horrors that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th remind us that we will not realize the promise of a better future unless we, the civilized world, are willing to fight the barbarians. Because the barbarians are willing to fight us. And their goal is clear. Shatter that promising future. Destroy all that we cherish and usher in a world of fear and darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a turning point for leaders and nations. It is time for all of us to decide if we are willing to fight for a future of hope and promise, or surrender to tyranny and terror. Now rest assured, Israel will fight. Since October 7th, Israel has been at war. Israel did not start this war. Israel did not want this war. But Israel will win this war. Hamas launched this war by perpetrating the worst savagery our people have seen since the Holocaust. Hamas murdered children in front of their parents, murdered parents in front of their children. They burned people alive. They raped women. They beheaded men. They tortured Holocaust survivors. They kidnapped babies. They committed the most horrific crimes imaginable. And they're part of the axis of evil that Iran has formed. An axis of terror that works by arming, training, and financing Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and other terror proxies throughout the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. In fighting Hamas and the Iranian axis of terror, Israel is fighting the enemies of civilization itself. Victory over these enemies begins with moral clarity. It begins with knowing the difference between good and evil, between right and wrong. It means making a moral distinction between the deliberate murder of the innocent and the unintentional casualties that accompany every legitimate war, even the most just war. It means holding Hamas responsible for the double war crime it commits every day by deliberately targeting Israeli civilians while deliberately using Palestinian civilians as human shields. It means making clear that the use of human shields is not only an immoral tactic of terror, but also an ineffective one. Because as long as Hamas's use of Palestinian human shields result in the international community blaming Israel, Hamas will continue to use it as a tool of terror, and so will others. Hamas will continue to use the basements in Gaza's hospitals as the command posts of its vast terror tunnel network. It will continue to use mosques as fortified military positions and weapon depots. It will continue to steal fuel and humanitarian assistance from UN facilities. While Israel is doing everything to get Palestinians, civilians, out of harm's way, Hamas is doing everything to keep Palestinian civilians in harm's way. Israel urges Palestinian civilians to leave the areas of armed conflict, while Hamas prevents those civilians from leaving those areas at gunpoint. Hamas is also preventing foreign nationals from leaving Gaza altogether. And most despicably, Hamas is holding over 200 Israeli hostages, including 33 children, holding them, terrorizing them, keeping them as hostages. Every civilized nation should stand with Israel in demanding that these hostages be freed immediately and freed unconditionally. I want to make clear Israel's position regarding a ceasefire. Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible says that there is a time for peace and a time for war. This is a time for war for our common future. Today we draw a line between the forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. It is a time for everyone to decide where they stand. Israel will stand against the forces of barbarism until victory. I hope and pray that civilized nations everywhere will back this fight. Because Israel's fight is your fight. Because if Hamas and Iran's axis of evil win, you will be their next target. That's why Israel's victory will be your victory. But make no mistake, regardless of who stands with Israel, Israel will fight until this battle is won, and Israel will prevail. May God bless Israel, and may God bless all those who stand with Israel.
So the first question will go to News 18 India, Niraj. Please take the microphone, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Neeraj from India. I represent Network 18 Group in India. My question to you is that how do you see the India's stand on UN resolution? India abstained because in resolution there was no condemnation of terrorism.
I think that resolution was deeply flawed, and I was sorry to see that even many of our friends did not insist that there would be a full and powerful condemnation of the horrors that were committed here, that are horrors that no civilized country, including your country and so many others, would tolerate. So I hope that we don't see a repeat of these kinds of resolutions.
We'll go now to ABC America, Matt River.
Thank you, sir. It seems that the level of support that you have amongst the Israeli public has dropped considerably. So the question is, how can you continue to lead this country effectively during a very difficult time, and have you at all considered stepping down?
The only thing that I intend to have resign is Hamas. We're going to resign them to the dustbin of history. That's my goal, that's my responsibility, and that's what I'm leading the country to do. This is my responsibility now. And it's something that I think unites the entire country. We're all supporting the soldiers, we're supporting our commanders, we're supporting the IDF, we're supporting, I think, the unbelievable efforts of our reservists and our security forces. We'll continue to do that until victory.
ZDF, Germany, Michael.
Good evening, sir. Michael Bewong, Channel 2 German Television. I would like to ask you, there's a widespread discussion, especially among the relatives or the hostages, about the course of military action you have taken so far. And the question if this is the only way to free the hostages. Of course, you are very successful in freeing one hostage on Sunday, but there's a widespread criticism that this doesn't allow place for other negotiations. What do you explain to the relatives of the hostages for this course, relying mostly on military pressure?
I met twice with the families of the hostages. You felt their anguish. I felt their anguish. I know this sense of, it's not only the sense of loss that bereaved parents have, it's a sense of not knowing, of continuous anguish. So I fully understand their concern. But our common assessment of all of the, not only the cabinet members, but also all the security forces and the military, is that the ground action actually creates the possibility, not the certainty, but the possibility of getting our hostages out. Because Hamas will not do it unless they're under pressure. They simply will not do it. They only do it under pressure. This creates pressure. And again, we obviously greeted one hostage with open arms after yesterday's successful action by Shabak and the IDF. But we're committed to getting all the hostages back home. We think that this method stands a chance. It's a goal that we're committed to.
Channel 7 Australia, Chris.
There's Chris Reason from Channel 7 Australia.
Mr. Prime Minister, Chris Reason from Channel 7 Australia. I want to ask a question from my country, and the people in my country are looking at this and wondering, they agree with you, they want you to chase down Hamas and terrorism, destroy terrorism in this region, etc. But people can't understand why so many civilians have to die in this process. You argue that Hamas is putting them up as human shields. Is that a good enough excuse? Are you inflicting here collective punishment on the people of Palestine?
Not a single civilian has to die. Hamas merely has to let them go to the safe zone that we created in southeastern Gaza Strip. There's a safe zone there. Not a single civilian has to die. But Hamas is preventing them from leaving, keeping them in the areas of conflict. So I think that you should direct your questions to Hamas. But I can tell you one thing. We're going out of our way to prevent civilian casualties. Not only by asking civilians to move, calling them to move, arranging a place for them to be, which is safe. Also putting in humanitarian support, providing them with the means, with food, with water, with medicine, and so on. I think that this question should be placed on Hamas, and the more it's placed on Israel, the more you're going to see this repeated again and again and again. So other groups, other criminal states, other criminal organizations will use civilians as human shields. We cannot give immunity to these terrorists. We cannot give immunity to these savages. We have to do everything we can to minimize civilian casualties, but we cannot give up the fight, because then I think this will have disastrous consequences, not only for the future of my country, but for the future of your country, your countries. This is a battle of civilization against barbarians. The barbarians will do something that civilized countries will never do. And civilized countries will make every effort to prevent this. And I'll give you one example. And I'll end with that because I have to go to manage this war and lead it. In 1944, the Royal Air Force bombed the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen. It's a perfectly legitimate target. But the British pilots missed. And instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital nearby and accompanied such legitimate actions. And you didn't tell the Allies, don't stamp out Nazism because of such tragic consequences. They went to the end because they knew that the future of our civilization was at stake. Well, I'm telling you right now that the future of our civilization is at stake. We have to win this war. We'll do it by minimizing civilian casualties, and may we succeed. Thank you.
Ron Dermer, Minister.
All right, that was the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with very, very forceful remarks. This is a time for war, he said flatly, and he totally, as he has before, rejected any ceasefire with Hamas. He says that would be surrender, and Israel is not about to surrender. I want to bring in CNN's Nick Robertson, who's been covering all of this for us, along with the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, Avi Meir. Let me start with you, Avi. What do you make of these comments from Netanyahu? Very strong comments indeed, that the fighting will continue in a major way. At one point he said that this is a battle against tyranny and terror.
Wolf, I think that these comments had two audiences. The first is domestic, and the second is international. I think on the one hand, he's trying to signal to the Israeli public that this is not a battle that will be done in a matter of days or even weeks, but perhaps months. This is a long-term campaign that could stretch into the next year, and he's conditioning the Israeli public to understand that that may be what they're in for. As for the international community, he's making very clear what the goal is here, to eradicate Hamas's ability to ever perpetrate a massacre like October 7th ever again. He said this is a battle for humanity, it's a battle of civilizations, and Israel is at the forefront of that battle. And I think that that's a message that he's been trying to convey throughout, and he reiterated tonight.
And it was interesting, and Nick, you've been covering this from the beginning, that the defense minister who spoke before the Prime Minister, Yoav Gallant, he was very forceful too. He also predicted victory. He made it clear that Israel was going to fight until there was victory. What was your major takeaway?
Back to the Prime Minister, I think one of the big takeaways I took from Prime Minister Netanyahu was that he tried to, for the international audience, many of those journalists, the countries they come from, have been very critical of Israel recently, critical of the high civilian casualties. We know that, a third of the casualties inside of Gaza are children. There's been so much pressure on Israel for this ceasefire, which he refuses. But what he said is, and I think this is very important as Israel tries to deal with this barrage of international criticism, people need to make a moral distinction between us, the IDF, and Hamas. Hamas, who go out with the intention of killing, and he spoke very graphically about the killing of civilians, and the IDF that goes out of its way, he says, to avoid civilian casualties, dropping flyers, calling people's houses in some specific cases, but pointing out that Gaza has become a battlefield that's no longer safe. And he said that civilians need to go to this humanitarian zone in the southeast of Gaza. Of course, for those civilians in Gaza, many of them feel that they can't get there, that it isn't safe to get there, they don't know how to do it, they don't know which are the best and safe roads for it. But this was a prime minister trying to lance that boil of growing international anger and pressure against Israel, saying that we have the moral high ground here. We're doing the right thing. That, yes, unfortunately civilians do get killed in battle, but Hamas sets out to kill them intentionally. We don't. And I think that was a very strong point that he was really trying to land there, Wolf.
You know, it's interesting, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, it was under his watch that this surprise Hamas attack on October 7th took place, and he's getting a lot of criticism for that. How much trouble is he in politically right now as a result of that? The other day, he blamed Israeli military intelligence, blamed the Shin Bet, the domestic intelligence service, but then he withdrew that, said he was sorry for doing that. He's in a lot of political trouble right now, isn't he?
He absolutely is. There's a great deal of frustration in Israel that the one leader who hasn't taken personal responsibility for the failures that led to October the 7th has been the Prime Minister. The leaders of Israel's military and intelligence communities have all stood up and said, we share responsibility for what took place. The Prime Minister has yet to do so. We don't know exactly when he's going to take that responsibility. In that press conference he had the other night, he said, you know, the time for taking responsibility will happen after the war, but there are many Israelis who feel that that's just not good enough. And it's almost certain that there will be a reckoning once this war is over. I think his political future is very much in question.
And Nick, as you and I can testify, everyone who's here in Israel right now can testify, the country is very, very nervous. No one really anticipated that Hamas would have this capability to cross the border from Gaza into Israel and slaughter and kill all these people and take all these hostages. People are really nervous right now, and they're wondering what is going on. What's your sense?
I think they are, and Hamas tries to play on that. You know, the message that from the 3 hostages who spoke today in a video released by Hamas that we are not going to air, but we've listened to, was very clearly a message trying to blame the Prime Minister for these security failures, to try to sow that seed in amongst Israelis, to try to grow the anger against the government and divide the Israeli population. But they are very united in their concern about those security failures. Hamas played on that again today in a different way. When there were these already upscaled ground forces inside of Gaza actively taking out Hamas cells and groups there, according to the IDF, the Hamas was able to fire rockets towards Jerusalem. Now, they haven't fired them towards Jerusalem recently, and that really, you know, from Hamas's perspective, signals that they still have their longest range rockets that they can bring down on perhaps the most sensitive of cities for the Israeli government. They've been firing at Tel Aviv, but Jerusalem sends another additional message. So I think, you know, from Hamas's perspective, they are trying to inflict that fear and terror, and the government says it's doing everything it can to squash it down. But of course, those failures on October 7th, that is a very big deal for the government to have to answer that.
Certainly is. And Nick and Avi, guys, thank you very, very much. And to our viewers, stay with CNN. Much more coverage of Israel at war. That's straight ahead.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-502-1900.
When my doctor gave me Breasttree for my COPD, things changed for me. Breasttree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breasttree.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. Who wants to talk about their heart? How's the heart? How's your heart? How's your heart?
It's good.
Is it? I don't know.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Good? You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? It doesn't come with a manual and you're like, ooh, I got the 20,000-day checkup, right? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With KardioMobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think this costs?
Probably in the hundreds.
$79.
Oh, wow.
That could be cheaper than a tank of gas.
Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Don't wait. Get KardioMobile today for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
I'm in everybody's home. And my favorite homes are Wayfair homes. The Wayfair homes just have that razzle-dazzle. They redid the guest room. All at prices you can't believe. But you should. And blitz and fast shipping. North Pole in 2 days. So this year, go to Wayfair, for goodness sake. The gifts. You had one job, Nick.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
This is American infrastructure, a prime target for cyber attacks. But the same AI-powered security that protects all of Google also defends these services for everyone who lives here.
Eight million people in Canada live with chronic pain. It's a condition that can last for years and have serious impacts on both physical and mental health. That's why Pain Canada is uniting a national community to find support and to take action towards a common goal. A dramatically improved system of care and support for people with pain. Find practical resources and connect with our community at paincanada.ca.
Hey, it's Cade Courtley. I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X from 4Patriots. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Do you shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
After days of being locked down in terror, Maine's Lewiston community is now seeking answers following the manhunt for a gunman who shot and killed 18 people at a local bar and bowling alley. Officials later found his body on Friday along a river, dead by a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Now there's a lot of questions that are surfacing about Card's mental state and whether authorities knew about red flags that were obvious well before last week's massacre. An Army spokesperson telling CNN that in September, the shooter's unit had requested a health and welfare check from the county sheriff's office, saying that they were concerned for his safety. CNN reviewed a National Guard statement to the Sheriff's Department that explains the reason for the check, and it states that Card spent 14 days at a psychiatric hospital in July following an altercation that he got into with some fellow guardsmen, and after his release, he reportedly told another guardsman that he was going to shoot up a military base and other locations as well. The statement going on to say that that same friend feared Card was going to snap and commit a mass shooting. Joining us now is CNN law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, sometimes there are these shootings and we look back and we wonder, what did they miss? And it's obvious here, but take us through this because you had someone who knew this man saying they were afraid he was going to do this very thing that he did.
Yeah, good afternoon. And listen, while we know that these warnings were raised by individuals and other government entities, how these warnings were actually acted upon really is the question right now. And what we need to look at is when a verified source such as the Maine National Guard states that an individual could snap and actually commit a mass shooting
that warning should have been escalated immediately to the highest levels of Maine law enforcement, both at the state level and at the local level, and fully adjudicated and not lingered at all. And the second point here is we know that statements were actually made to law enforcement regarding the threat that this individual had posed. And we had people state that he, oftentimes answers his door of his trailer with a handgun in his hand, just out of sight. All of these are behavioral red flags that law enforcement should not only have picked up on, but acted upon.
On that question, Jonathan, so Maine has yellow flag laws. This essentially means that if someone says troubling statements, if there's concern that they might carry out an attack like this, law enforcement legally has to go find them, get them in custody, then have a medical professional evaluate them, and if that person deems them dangerous, a judge then has to approve a temporary order to hold on to their weapons until they're eventually cleared. Given what you've seen about this case, it sounds like this person was exactly who this was intended to stop.
Exactly, right? But you highlighted the three main points there. First of all, law enforcement has to locate the individual, take them into protective custody, and then a medical professional has to make the evaluation. So just because you're raising a warning, you're raising a red flag, doesn't end the issue. You actually have to proceed with those following three steps to have that law really effectively prevent this individual from obtaining a firearm. So again, while there's great intention behind this law, how law enforcement engages with it and fully adjudicates any type of red flag that is raised is really the central question that investigators need to look at right now.
Yeah, the what ifs here are just glaring. Jonathan Wackrow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back. Stay with CNN.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and see how you can get more of what matters with our broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. These plans are made to support your whole health with $0 annual physical exams, $0 lab tests, and $0 preventive care like mammograms and colonoscopies. And you'll get more for your Medicare dollar with $0 copays on most covered dental services, a $0 eye exam, and an allowance for eyewear, plus $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or by mail. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans. So give us a call to learn more about coverage options in your area. With our Right Plan promise, you have our commitment to helping you find the right plan for your needs. And to help make life with Medicare simpler, you'll get the all-in-one member U-Card. Only from United Healthcare, the U-Card is your United Healthcare member ID and much more. Show your U-Card when you visit your primary care provider, dentist, or eye doctor, or fill a prescription at the pharmacy, and use it to access Medicare Advantage's largest national network of providers. You can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. Enrollment ends December 7th. Now's the time to learn more about America's most chosen Medicare Advantage plans and how they can open doors to a simpler healthcare experience with the all-in-one U-Card. Call United Healthcare today about the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name and get more of what matters to you.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Treated anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Don't let a clogged gutter rain on your parade. Protect your home with LeafGuard, the only one-piece seamless gutter system guaranteed to never clog, no matter the weather. Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's patented seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, preventing wood rot and foundation decay, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. LeafGuard is the smartest solution in gutter protection, proudly protecting your home by getting it right the first time for a lifetime. From manufacturing to installation, LeafGuard handles the entire process from start to finish. Invest in your home with a company you can trust. Call 888-6LeafGuard right now for a free estimate and save 20% plus $500 off your purchase and installation. LeafGuard, get it today, protected for life.
I'm Jake Tapper in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
Hello, I'm Brianna Keeler with Boris Sanchez here in Washington. We have Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, and you're watching CNN's special live coverage of Israel at war. Today we are tracking several major developments from the battlefield. Just a short time ago, the IDF confirming that one of their soldiers who was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th has been released or is now in their custody. Private Ori Megadish, who is seen here, is said to be doing well and has been reunited with her family.
We're also hearing directly from some of the other 230 plus hostages being held by Hamas. The terror group releasing a short video today showing 3 women held captive. Now, CNN is not showing that footage, but in it, one of the hostages, who may obviously be under duress, speaks directly to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pleading for freedom. The Prime Minister spoke just moments ago about the need not only to rescue the hostages, but also for Israel to continue this war for the sake of its own survival.
Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen.
Overnight, the IDF sent in more ground troops into northern Gaza, escalating what Israel calls the second stage of its war on Hamas. I want to head to you now in Tel Aviv, Wolf.
All right, Brianna, the Israeli military operations are crippling Gaza's already fragile infrastructure. The United Nations is warning that civil order is, quote, breaking down, even as aid slowly makes its way into the enclave. In the next hour, the UN Security Council is set to hold an emergency meeting about Israel's ground operations in Gaza. In the meantime, let's get right to CNN's Nick Robertson. He's joining us in Sderot, Israel, about a mile or so from the Gaza border. Nick, major developments happening where you are in the last hour. First of all, what do we know about this IDF soldier who's now been released by Hamas?
Yeah, she has had medical checks. She's doing well, is the assessment from those medical checks that she's been given by the IDF. And she has been reunited with her family. I think that speaks volumes. The picture of her standing there surrounded by her family also speaks volumes. She was at a military post in Nachal Oz, a kibbutz, perhaps one of the closest kibbutz to the fence with Gaza on that fateful Saturday morning, and was one of those taken by Hamas into Gaza at that time. What we understand from the IDF is that she was released through a ground operation. They're not giving really any details about that ground operation. It's not clear if they came across the place that she was hidden as part of the ground effort that's underway right now, or perhaps they received some intelligence. We know that the IDF, we know that private individuals have been appealing to the residents of Gaza to provide any information they might have about the possible location of hostages. All those details right now are still secret, but she is back with her family, and I think for the people of Israel, for her family, for all the other families who still have hostages inside of Gaza, it's a moment of hope. It's a moment perhaps many people didn't think would come so quickly in this ground incursion, Wolf.
I'm hearing some noise behind you right now, Nick. I wonder if you could tell us what that is.
We're hearing some artillery going into Gaza. We're hearing fighter jets flying overhead. But by the day here, we see different types of munitions being used. 2 or 3 minutes ago, we were watching some rockets or something dropping onto Gaza from almost vertically above it, perhaps from a helicopter that we couldn't see and hear in the darkness. But the munitions that are being brought to bear in Gaza have changed to a degree. And that perhaps is in part because the IDF says that the way that they're working there now, with the troops on the ground, the troops identify a target, a cell of Hamas, and then those troops call in for air support on that particular location. And that, I think, is what we're witnessing from here. Very hard to know at night, very hard to know without the IDF giving clarity. But that fact that we're seeing a change of tactics. The aircraft are there bringing in strikes. The artillery is there also bringing in strikes. But these different rockets that we were seeing firing down before, that's something new, Wolf.
All right, Nick, thank you. We'll get back to you. Stand by and stay safe over there. Joining us now, CNN military analyst, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. As you know, the IDF says one of its soldiers was released during ground operations in Gaza overnight. Does her release, this Israeli soldier, does her release show that this second phase of this war is actually working? Do you expect we'll see more hostages released in the coming days?
Well, I think there'll be a lot of luck involved in that, Wolf, but it's certainly a positive development. One of the key things to look at here is the fact that this seems to have taken place in a ground operation, so probably not as a result of Hamas releasing her, but of the Israelis being able to go in and through special operations tactics and as some type of special operations team, whether it was from Shin Bet or from the military, actually going in and freeing her. So that is significant. We obviously need to know more details about that, but my suspicion is that it was a release of that type where the Israelis went in and found her using intelligence or playing operational luck to get her, but I think intelligence played a part in this.
We will find out, I'm sure, sooner rather than later. This second phase, Colonel, of Israel's war on Hamas has seen Israeli ground troops going into Gaza, fighting the terrorists and sprawling underground tunnels that the Hamas terrorist group has built over these past several years. What challenges does fighting in that kind of environment, deep underground tunnels, pose for the IDF?
Well, there's significant challenges, Wolf. One of the main things is that the spaces, for the most part, are very narrow. These entrances that we've seen, in the videos that we've shown from years past, are probably about the same entrances that they have for their newest tunnels. Narrow, some of them encased in concrete, others not. But it's very difficult to stand in those areas, and that means it's very difficult to fight in them. People that come in to breach the tunnels, the soldiers that come in to breach the tunnels are going to have to crawl in and find their way in the dark through various cavernous areas within those tunnels, and it's really, really difficult not only to fight in them, but it's very difficult to find other people in them. So it's both friend and foe. So it's a very difficult environment, and the environment can be changed very quickly, especially if the air supply is cut off to the tunnel, or if for some reason the tunnel caves in, which is a risk during these kinds of military operations.
It reminds me of when I was covering an earlier confrontation, Colonel, between Israel and Hamas in Gaza back in 2014. The Israeli military allowed me to get into one of those tunnels, and I walked through that tunnel, crawled in to begin with, and then I walked, a while. It was a very, very long tunnel, pretty sophisticated though, I must say, with a lot of concrete, and it was eye-opening because at the time, and this is going back to 2014, I was told that the Hamas terrorists were building these tunnels in order to sneak into Israel and kill Israelis and capture Israelis, and the ones that would be captured would be brought back into Gaza in these tunnels. It was just an eye-opening experience for me. I think I was the first journalist they allowed into one of those tunnels at the time. And it's very, very complex. How do you fight some sort of urban warfare with deep underground tunnels like this, especially if you assume that some of the hostages are actually being held in those tunnels?
Yeah, it's really difficult. And as you saw when you were there in 2014, Wolf, the way in which those tunnels are built, it's really designed more or less as a conduit for the Hamas terrorists to go from point A to point B and be undetected. So when you get into something like that and you're armed, you have military gear that you're taking with you, that stuff is heavy, and you have to maneuver all of those things in addition to your weapons, and it's really, really tough to do that. So you have to know where you're going as much as you possibly can, and you have to also be prepared for the unexpected, and that's one of the key things where the Israelis have done a lot of practice in this area, and they know that some of these tunnels at least are ones where they have to be prepared to turn quickly, use certain explosives that they wouldn't use in other areas, and also employ other types of weapons that they might not employ, say, in an above ground scenario. So it's extremely difficult, takes a lot of training, a lot of practice, and if the Israelis were able to release their soldier like this by an operation like this, that would show that some of this training is definitely paying off.
It will be interesting indeed. As you know, 2 U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups are now positioned in the eastern Mediterranean, not far from Tel Aviv, where I am right now, not far from Gaza or Lebanon for that matter. The U.S. says those strike forces are acting as a deterrent against any actors who may try to spark a wider conflict across the Middle East, specifically Iran. That's what the U.S. Has in mind. What military capabilities does this maneuvering give the U.S. in the region?
Well, one of the things that these aircraft carrier groups bring into a theater like the Eastern Mediterranean is a lot of air power. We don't have air bases, except for a few minor exceptions, in the Eastern Mediterranean. And what they do is they bring all that air power to bear in an area where it could potentially be useful to keep others away from it. So what they are as a deterrent is a force that can intercept and remove, if necessary, airplanes or drones that are coming into a war zone like the Gaza area is right now. So that's one of the big things. And it also allows them, because the aircraft that are on the carrier can fly large distances, they can also carry out retaliatory missions should they be called upon to do so. So we have 2 areas where those could come from: the Eastern Mediterranean, now with these aircraft carriers, and then also from the Persian Gulf area where we have permanent bases at places like Qatar.
Yeah, a lot of fighter jets on those 2 U.S. aircraft carriers as well. Colonel Cedric Lake, thanks as usual for joining us. Amidst all of this, the United Nations Secretary General now says the situation in Gaza, and I'm quoting him now, is more desperate. It's growing more desperate by the hour. So far today, just 26 trucks packed with critically needed supplies have actually made it into Gaza, according to a witness over at the Rafah crossing, the border crossing between Egypt and southern Gaza. Joining us now is Nabal Barsak. He's a spokesman for the Palestine Red Crescent Society. Nabal, thank you very much for joining us. Your organization said trucks packed with aid often do not actually get to enter into Gaza. Why are some of them held back, and how many trucks does your group think reached Gaza today?
So as you just mentioned, today evening we have received around 26 trucks, which has food, water, medical supplies, and medicines. This make the total of 144 trucks, which has been allowed into Gaza since the beginning of the escalation. All of them does have food, water, medical supplies, and medicine. Unfortunately, up to this moment, fuel has not been allowed to get into Gaza. What we call for as a non-stop safe entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, including fuel.
As you know, Nabal, we saw lots of looting over
Hello.
at UN facilities over the weekend in Gaza. What do you know of the situation on the ground inside Gaza right now?
Yeah, sure.
The situation on the ground is literally catastrophic. People, more than 2 million Palestinian civilians now are living hungry, lacking food, water, medicine, along with electricity and no, literally nothing. So the situation is so hard, as you know, over 1,400,000 Palestinians have been internally displaced into Gaza Strip. If we are talking about the situation in the south, because of the evacuation orders, now people are just the south is overwhelmed. Like it's literally impossible to find an apartment to rent. Either you are sitting with your relatives if you have one, or even in schools lacking very basic needs or whatsoever.
I found an easier way.
I know your organization, Nabal, has issued multiple alerts that it cannot fully evacuate the Al-Quds hospital in Gaza. That's the second largest hospital in Gaza. Ahead of Israel's warning that it could be targeted. Describe how difficult the situation is right now.
And send it.
So let me just finish. An idea is regarding the situation in the north. Because of Israel, they don't want the aid to get into the north. So the problem now, we're getting aid, but this aid is not allowed to go to Gaza and the north, where there is the most people are in need, or even hospitals. Have you just highlighted the Palestine Red Crescent run Al-Quds Hospital? And since yesterday, we have received several threats from Israel occupation forces to evacuate Al-Quds Hospital. We have around 500 patients inside the hospital. Many of them are in the intensive care unit. Basically, most of them are children who are critically injured and connected to life support machines. There is no way we will be able to evacuate them safely. Evacuating them means killing of them. We have also around 14,000 civilians who are internally displaced. Those who can't evacuate themselves to the south, they simply sought refuge inside our hospital. Most of them are children and women. We also have our staff, at least 100 medical staff. So what we call on is simply a protection for civilians, medical personnel and facilities according to the international humanitarian law. And it's not only what we are saying this, even the WHO has announced repeatedly that evacuation orders against hospitals are impossible to implement because they constitute a death penalty for patients. And these evacuation orders are
Very tough situation indeed. Nabal Farzad, I think our connection may be in trouble, but we will continue this conversation down the road. Nabal Farzad is with the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, doing important work in Gaza for sure. For more information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in Israel and Gaza, go to CNN.com/impact. Amid the ground operations that are ongoing in Gaza right now, hostages held captive, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing mounting political pressure at home. We'll have more on that just ahead also. Crowds stormed the Dagestan airport in Russia after a plane lands from Tel Aviv. Stay with CNN. Our special coverage continues right after the short break.
I also told Gord about what I saw the other day.
An important message for Americans aged 50 to 85.
Out of the light that's outside in the back.
Oh my gosh, you're still using Mom's old coffee pot. It's my inheritance. Well, it is a family heirloom. You know what? The kids can just sell it to pay for my funeral. It's a good thing you have life insurance.
I stuffed all the wires. Yeah, I stuffed all the wires back inside.
Don't you know about Colonial Penn? It's guaranteed acceptance, whole life insurance with no medical questions asked.
I told Gord about it.
Fixed income. Who isn't?
Colonial Penn. That's right. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. As you get older,
Your health may change. Colonial Penn understands that. And we don't think it should keep you from getting life insurance to help protect your family. That's why we guarantee acceptance to everyone aged 50 to 85. No health questions, no medical exam. Applying is easy. And you have your choice of options starting at $9.95 a month, a few dollars a week, 35 cents a day. And your price will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. This protection can last a lifetime too. Some insurance policies end once you reach a certain age. Not this one. Pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like. Ready to learn more? Call for free information and your free gift. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-651-7500 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-651-7500. There's no obligation. 1-800-651-7500. Call now.
There's one that's under the overhang.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help. Because the right information at the right time may make all the difference. At Humana, we know that's especially true when you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan. That's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or co-payments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs. So call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Yeah, I know you're going through. It's hell. It's awful.
Back now to our continuing coverage of Israel's war on Hamas. Israeli forces are now conducting what they call the second phase of their military operations in Gaza. Ground troops are engaging Hamas militants inside the enclave. But back in Israel, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing intense backlash from both critics and some political allies. Over the weekend, Netanyahu posted comments on social media singling out his security chiefs in the military and the intelligence community for not warning him about the Hamas attack back on October 7th. He quickly deleted that post and apologized, but the post triggered a very angry response and new serious questions about Prime Minister Netanyahu's leadership. Joining us now, the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan Nahum. Deputy Mayor, thank you so much for joining us. We got lots to discuss, but what did you make of Prime Minister Netanyahu's now deleted statement and his apology?
Well, it was obviously a mistake, should never have been written. He promptly apologized, I'm very happy to say. Just the evening before, there'd been a show of unity between himself and Benny Gantz, one of the opposition leaders who've now joined the government and have made a unity government, and the defense minister. So it actually made no sense after that show of unity on Saturday night that Sunday morning such an X tweet would have come out. And so I'm glad that it was deleted. This is no time for squabbling. This is time for unity and for, getting rid of a very cruel enemy.
always video of it, but I'm starting to do it now to get the.
How much political pressure, Deputy Mayor, is the Prime Minister under right now as this war clearly is entering its next major phase?
Well, I think that the biggest pressure we have at the moment, and as it should be, the pressure from the families of the now confirmed 238 hostages. And even though we've had some good news this evening with one hostage, one young woman soldier who's been rescued, that's a lot of hostages, that's a lot of families. Israel is a very family-oriented society. Everybody knows somebody whose child, whose mother, whose aunt is being held hostage. And I think that the parents, the family members are mounting a very, very effective campaign, and so it should be. And this should be the first priority of the government.
Yeah, we just heard Prime Minister Netanyahu say of the more than 200 hostages now being held in Gaza by Hamas, he said that 33 of them are children, still 33 children being held hostage in Gaza right now. In the last hour, the Prime Minister called this a turning point for leaders and nations around the world to fight for a future of hope and promise. What did you make of his comments that we just heard?
Well, I agree with that. I think for the last 2 weeks, what we've been trying to communicate to the world is that we really are in a civilizational war.
Let me just drop down a few.
Because we know that Iran is training and subsidizing about 90% of the budget of Hamas and, of course, the whole of Hezbollah. Iran now has essentially taken over by proxy Lebanon and destroyed it. It's taken over Syria. It's taken over parts of Afghanistan, parts of Iraq. We know about their ties with Qatar. We know what's going on in Turkey. And so Iran is playing a very dangerous game of creating all these different proxies in the region. And I believe that, in the last few years, the Abraham Accords occurred because the modern, advanced countries in the Arab world understood what a threat that Iran posed, not just to the region and to the world. And so the region divided into the countries that want peace and prosperity for their people, and the countries that want radicalism, fundamentalism, and destruction. And just like these were the choices in the region a few years ago when the Abraham Accords took shape, I believe the world now has the same type of choice. We've seen around the world what's going on, these mass demonstrations. They're not saying free Palestine alone. They're saying from the river to the sea. They're saying kill the Jews. They're saying down with the American government. They're saying a lot of very concerning things in different parts of the world.
The IDF reported new operations against armed Palestinian groups also in the occupied West Bank overnight. What is your concern, Deputy Mayor, about violence spilling over into the West Bank and potentially, God forbid, even into your city of Jerusalem?
Well, unfortunately, I mean, today there was a rocket that was launched and landed in Bethlehem, which is literally 2 kilometers from where I live, and we actually saw the whole thing happening and run to the shelter. The Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, has already been a hot potato for quite a while, and they've got a lot of internal conflicts there because the PA, Fatah, and Hamas are fighting amongst themselves. Hamas is getting stronger around the Judea and Samaria West Bank area, and it's already, they've killed hundreds of Israelis in the last year coming from the West Bank. And so this has already been a front that we're fighting for over a year with terrible, terrible deaths and tragedies already for a while. And so this is just hotting up, and I think that's the aim. The aim is that the Hamas militants and terrorists in the Judea and Samaria will create another front, that Hezbollah will keep sending rockets and create another front, and I think that's part of the big strategy that I believe Iran is behind.
The Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Flora Hassan Nahum, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And Boris and Brianna, back to you.
Wolf, back here in the U.S., the strike that crippled the American auto industry cost the big three automakers billions of dollars. It showcased the enduring power of union workers Well, it is potentially over. A source close to the talks telling CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich that the United Auto Workers Union and General Motors today reached a tentative deal that would end their contentious 6-week standoff. It would also make GM the last of the big three to make a deal after Ford and the parent company of Chrysler Stellantis announcing their agreements just days ago.
Of course, this is a tentative deal, but it's pretty clear the unions are on the verge of securing better pay and clawing back some of the benefits that they lost during the 2008 financial crisis. We want to bring in CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich, who has the details. So Vanessa, walk us through what's in this potential deal. What happens next?
Yeah, so General Motors was the last of the big three to come to an agreement with the union. This is not, though, coming before the union actually expanded their strike against General Motors on Saturday. And then this deal coming together very quickly. We are still awaiting official comment from the General Motors and the union on this, but a source telling me that this deal, this tentative agreement, is on the table. So we don't exactly know what's in this particular deal with General Motors. However, it's going to pattern or mimic the deal that we've seen announced between Ford and Stellantis. And some of those key details are 25% wage increases over the life of the contract, about 4.5 years. A return to cost of living adjustments, something that the union gave up in 2009. They now have that back. And then the right to strike over any plant closures. Something interesting that we're looking for with the General Motors deal, though, is a couple weeks ago, the union said that the company agreed to put all electric vehicle battery plants in this new contract, which would be new jobs added to this deal, in addition to the jobs that are being protected under these economic advancements. Now, although 145,000 UAW members never went out on strike, it still had a very big economic impact. The total economic impact over about 5 weeks is $9.3 billion. And in the 6th week, that's last week, that total is expected to rise to over $10 billion. And some of the losses were to wages, $488 million in wage losses, losses to the big three themselves, $4.18 billion. And then, of course, customers and dealerships feeling this as well. But as you mentioned, Boris, this really is up to the membership from all of the big three automakers. 145,000 of them are going to have the final say. They will be voting in the next couple of weeks on whether or not they like this historic agreement that's been put on the table by all three automakers. Guys.
Very good point. Those are some big losses. Vanessa Yurkevich, thank you for that report. President Biden just issued a sweeping executive order, a new one, to regulate artificial intelligence, and he is set to talk about that any moment. We'll have details on it ahead. Plus, the landlord accused of stabbing a 6-year-old to death in an alleged anti-Muslim attack was back in court today, pleading not guilty. Stay with us.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. We work as hard as we can to get the facts.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, tonight at 6 on CNN.
Tourists. Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists taking photos that are analyzed by AI. So researchers can help life underwater flourish.
This or that, this or that. You can do this, lean and you that. You can do this, lean and you that. You can do this, cause everywhere is that.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
A third kid? What if she likes playing golf? It's expensive. We're outlawing golf. Wait, can I still play?
Since we work with Empower, we don't have to worry about planning for a third kid. You can still play golf. Sometimes.
Take control of your financial future to empower what's next.
New emergency crystals pop and fizz when you throw them back. And who doesn't love a good throwback? Emergency crystals.
Is this for me?
If you like squeaky toys from Chewy, it is.
Did I get anything this year?
Get a free $30 e-gift card at Chewy. I'm still gonna eat your socks.
No, you're not.
Get great deals on gifts that deliver excitement at Chewy.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here,
sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
Jack used to have gum problems. Now,
it's swishy time.
He uses TheraBreath Healthy Gums mouthwash to help fight gingivitis for 24 hours.
And it's not burning, so that heat's coming from you.
Try TheraBreath mouthwash.
It's a better mouthwash.
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. Purple Mattress's exclusive Gel Flex Grid draws away heat, relieves pressure, and instantly adapts. Sleep better. Live Purple. Visit purple.com or a mattress store near you.
We come from a long line of cowboys. When I see all of us out here on this ranch, I see how far our legacy can go.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
1 in 3 children is now at risk of going to school on an empty stomach.
When I'm hungry, my stomach starts to hurt a little bit. It's hard to think and concentrate. I don't have enough energy.
But there's hope. By supporting Toonies for Tummies, 100% of your donation gives hungry children in your community the chance to start their day with a much-needed nutritious meal.
When I eat breakfast, I have lots of energy. When it's gym, I can run really fast.
Donate online today.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
A Chicago area landlord charged with fatally stabbing a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy and seriously wounding his mother earlier this month pleaded not guilty to all charges in an Illinois court today. Sources say that Joseph Shuba stabbed the boy 24 times and targeted him and his mother because they were Muslim. The Department of Justice is now investigating this as a hate crime.
We have CNN's Whitney Wild, who is following this story. Whitney, what can you tell us about this court appearance today and the status of this hate crime investigation?
Well, we're told that the federal hate crime investigation is continuing today in court. Another painful day for this family, one of many that they've already had, and surely one of many more to come as this case unfolds. Joseph Zuba, as you mentioned, pleaded not guilty today in court. This was a brief hearing. Wadia Al-Fayoum, that 6-year-old boy who was stabbed to death, stabbed more than 24 times. His family was in court today. His father was there, as well as other close friends and family members. And it was so painful, Brianna and Boris, because they had to relive the facts. Prosecutors once again ticked through how this day happened. That Saturday, the Saturday of this attack, began like any other day, according to Wadia's mother, Hanan Shaheen, who was also injured in this attack. She was stabbed around 12 times. Joseph Zuba, according to Hanan Shaheen, what she told police was that he had been growing increasingly agitated about what he saw going on in the Middle East, about the conflict in the Middle East. The Saturday that this happened, he confronted her about that. She said, let's pray for peace, and then she told police he attacked her shortly after that, just moments later. Here in court today, again, as we said, his family was there. It was extremely painful. One woman sitting in the gallery, covering her face, appeared to be silently weeping. Other family members spoke with us briefly after the hearing.
Now, these days, if you speak your mind, you lose your job, you lose your money, you lose your life, you lose your family. And if you don't speak, you lose your life, you lose your money, you lose your job, you lose your family. That's a double standard in this country right now. Hopefully something's going to do about it, especially our president.
The suspect, Joseph Zuba, is still being held without bail. Boris and Brianna.
Whitney Wild reporting from Illinois. Thank you so much, Whitney. Still to come, anti-Semitic rioters storming the airport in the Russian Republic of Dagestan, making it onto the tarmac after a flight lands from Tel Aviv. Much more on these pictures when we come back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Ian will find the true meaning of the holiday sweater.
I will?
Because he went to Michael's and got everything he needed to make a one-of-a-kind crew neck you could never get off the rack. Turn ideas into I did it.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my friends at Jacuzzi Bath Remodel that you don't want to miss. You already know, Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for more than 65 years. And now, they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for 1 year. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford. And, best of all, they can install it in as little as 1 day with no stress and no mess. Are you ready to see your new shower? Here it is.
It's fabulous! Taking a shower had gone from being a joy to being a burden. I was afraid I would fall. I called, and just 1 day, I had a shower I could feel safe in.
No matter your situation, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a solution for you. From a safer, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home, to a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious upgrade with a timeless design that will look great for years to come. Plus, they're built to last with a lifetime warranty from an iconic brand you know you can trust.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of.
If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and your home, don't wait any longer. Now is the best time to call. It's never been easier. Take advantage of this special TV offer today.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-321-0299. That's 800-321-0299. Call now.
An important message for Americans aged 50 to 85.
Oh my gosh, you're still using Mom's old coffee pot.
It's my inheritance.
Well, it is a family heirloom.
You know what? The kids can just sell it to pay for my funeral.
It's a good thing you have life insurance.
Life insurance with our family history.
Don't you know about Colonial Penn? It's guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance with no medical questions asked.
I'm on a fixed income.
Who isn't?
Colonial Penn.
That's right. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. As you get older, your health may change. Colonial Penn understands that. And we don't think it should keep you from getting life insurance to help protect your family. That's why we guarantee acceptance to everyone aged 50 to 85. No health questions, no medical exam. Applying is easy. And you have your choice of options starting at $9.95 a month, a few dollars a week, 35 cents a day. And your price will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. This protection can last a lifetime too. Some insurance policies end once you reach a certain age. Not this one. Pay your bill and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like. Ready to learn more? Call for free information and your free gift. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-651-7500 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-651-7500. There's no obligation. 1-800-651-7500. Call now.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
The Russian Jewish community is demanding punishment for the people who took part in an anti-Semitic riot at an airport in the Russian Republic of Dagestan. In photos and videos verified by CNN, A mob gathered at the airport following the arrival of a flight from Tel Aviv on Sunday, holding signs that said, "We are against Jewish refugees." Then the crowd forced its way onto the runway. Our senior international correspondent, Fred Pleitgen, has been following this very disturbing story. He's joining us from Berlin right now. What else have you learned, Fred, about this horrible incident?
Hi there, Wolf. Well, it certainly is something that is extremely troubling, certainly not just for Jewish people in Russia, but probably around the world. And essentially, what it appears had happened is that a protest that took place because a plane from Tel Aviv was going to land in the capital of the Dagestan region of Russia. That's in the North Caucasus. It's a Muslim majority region of Russia. Because that plane was going to land, some of these protesters showed up, and then they forced themselves onto the tarmac and onto the runway. Now, all of this then essentially descended into a hunt targeting Jews. We saw some images coming out from that area of the protesters then surrounding several of the people who got off that plane. One of them appeared to be an Uzbek man who said, "Look, I'm Uzbek. I don't speak the Uzbek language," but they said that, or they claimed that he was trying to fool them and demanded to see his passport, later demanded to see his phone as well. There was a bus that was stopped carrying parents with several children who apparently were getting medical treatment, and they pleaded with that massive crowd to allow them to carry on. So certainly some extremely troubling scenes that played out inside the airport, on the tarmac, outside the airport where the protesters were checking cars, but also in a hotel which apparently was searched by them as well, Wolf.
It's interesting, Fred, because only moments ago, the State Department spokesman, Matthew Miller, spoke about this incident. I want you and our viewers to listen to what he said.
I would say we condemn the violent anti-Semitic events that have been reported in Russia threatening Israelis and Jews. I saw the video, as I'm sure all you did. It looked like a pogrom to me. We call on Russian authorities to publicly condemn these violent protests, to hold anyone involved accountable, and to ensure the safety of Israelis and Jews in Russia.
And Fred, I thought it was important that he compared this to a pogrom. A pogrom was what used to happen before the Holocaust in Europe, when groups would gather and attack Jews throughout Europe, pogroms. And he used that word. I thought that was significant. What did you think?
Well, I think it's significant, and I think it's also something, Wolf, that's being picked up inside Israel as well, to describe what happened on the ground there in Makhachkala. It was quite interesting because there was an interview earlier today with the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog. He was speaking to a German publication called Bild, where he also said that to him it looked like a pogrom. And it was very troubling to himself, very troubling to Israelis to see that as well, and certainly something that had a chilling effect on folks from Israel, but of course on Jewish folks from around the world. One of the interesting things, Wolf, that just before we went to air that we picked up is that the Israelis have actually already reacted to all this, and the Israeli Foreign Ministry and the Israeli National Security Council have now put to the Northern Caucasus region the highest travel alert for Israelis, 4 out of 4 from there. Obviously after this incident, certainly one which is having a chilling effect. And you're absolutely right. The Israelis and the United States calling on the Russians to ensure the safety of Jews and, of course, Israelis specifically, Wolf.
Yeah, very, very upsetting. I'm here in Israel. Very upsetting to the Israelis to see this, and they clearly felt it was like a pogrom that used to take place in Europe. Fred Pleitgen in Berlin for us. Thank you very, very much. This note to our viewers, much more coming up from me later tonight in the Situation Room at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm still here in Tel Aviv, including my special conversation, a very moving conversation, with 2 families whose loved ones have been kidnapped by Hamas. Evyatar David was at the Nova Music Festival when he was kidnapped. His family did not know if he survived until an unknown phone number sent them Hamas video of Evyatar. I also spoke to the granddaughter of 85-year-old Yafa Adar. She was kidnapped from her home in the Nir Oz kibbutz and was last seen in a golf cart in Gaza, surrounded by Hamas terrorists. Watch this.
So she texted us that there are terrorists in the kibbutz, that they are shooting, and then there are street battles, and they are entering through houses and burning people and shooting.
She texted that.
Yeah. And then we couldn't reach her anymore.
That was the last.
That was the last conversation.
So sad.
It's heartbreaking, thinking that she was alone and there was no one to protect her, and how scared and helpless she felt.
So heartbreaking to hear this, that they would kidnap a beautiful 85-year-old grandma and take her to Gaza. And we'll have more of Yafa's and Evyatar's story later tonight in the Situation Room. I'll join you 6 p.m. Eastern. And we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. The Medicare annual enrollment period is now. Do you know if your Medicare plan benefits are changing next year? Will your costs go up? Are your doctors still covered? Get answers in 3 steps. 1, call the toll-free number below by December 7th to speak to a licensed insurance agent. 2, review your coverage for any changes to your Medicare plan for next year. 3, learn if a Medicare Advantage plan that may offer additional benefits is available in your area.
I call every year to make sure my doctors are still covered under my plan.
I call to find a plan with lower copays. Whether you're looking for dental or vision coverage, call now to see the plans available in your area that may offer additional benefits. The Medicare annual enrollment period has a deadline. Millions have called. You should too.
Call to speak to a licensed insurance agent. Call 1-800-697-6200. Call now.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm, or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
Hey, it's Cade Courtney. I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X from 4Patriots. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Introducing a revolution in pain relief. New Absorbine Junior Pro, the strongest numbing pain relief available. It's the only solution with 2 max strength anesthetics for deep penetrating relief. Absorbine Junior Pro. Nothing numbs pain more.
This is my coffee shop. And that's me in my custom shirt from Custom Ink. This week, we moved into a new, bigger space and brought on another employee. To celebrate, I ordered new branded gear for the whole team. Everything was so easy to make with Custom Ink's Design Lab. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Our new gear really helps us look and feel like a team. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
As Maine's Lewiston community begins to heal from last week's deadly mass shootings, we are getting some new details that are starting to emerge about the gunman's mental state. Questions are also being raised about whether local law enforcement could have done more after being alerted to serious red flags.
You remember, officials found the shooter's body Friday along a river with a single self-inflicted gunshot wound. But just the previous month, the county sheriff's department made a welfare check on him at the request of the Maine National Guard. A military statement sent to the authorities and reviewed by CNN says that the 40-year-old shooter spent 14 days at a psychiatric hospital in July after he had a run-in with some fellow guardsmen. After his release, he reportedly told another guardsman that he was going to shoot up a military base and other places. The statement goes on to say that that same friend feared that this man was going to snap and commit a mass shooting. Let's discuss now with former FBI senior profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole. Mary, thanks so much for sharing part of your afternoon with us. It appears that sheriff's deputies tried to check on this shooter after several red flags were raised, but he apparently wouldn't answer the door when officers arrived. Clearly there was an attempt to intervene, but it fell short.
It does sound like it did, and that in and of itself could have been a red flag that this person, the shooter, didn't want to be contacted. He didn't want to have anything to do with law enforcement because he knew what their authority was. He knew what they could do to prevent him from carrying out the shooting. So it may have been quite purposeful to do it that, for him to behave like that.
And Mary Ellen, with all due respect to your expertise here, this didn't require a profiler or a whole lot of expertise. He had a fellow soldier who seemed to have him pegged just weeks before the shooting. So what is the takeaway there?
Well, the takeaway is really critical because there wasn't just one red flag, there were multiple red flags. And the one red flag that we've seen over and over again for the last quarter century, 25 years, is the one called leakage. These are statements that the individual will make to other people, whether it's a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a fellow worker, a neighbor, or a family member, about what they intend to do. And leakage has got to be taken very seriously, even if at the end of the day it's determined that this person doesn't have access to weapons or was just joking. That leakage is just absolutely critical. And then you compound that with someone who does have mental health issues, and then you compound that with someone who has access to weapons. That leakage takes on far more significance.
I think one of the difficult things, though, Mary, is determining when someone is just expressing frustration or may just have a very dark sense of humor, perhaps. How do you know to discern when someone is actually leaking the intent to carry out a horrible massacre and when they may just be talking?
There's no way to listen to those words and just have a magical resolution to it. So in threat assessment, we're trained to actually do a deep dive into every case where we see leakage, and that means going far beyond what the person has said. So we've got the leakage, and then we start talking to other people. He had already spent time in a mental health facility out of concerns for what his behavior might be. So that was already present. And then you have access to firearms, some of which he obtained very recently. So as the pieces come together, this individual becomes more and more concerning. And that's what happens when you check out leakage and other red flag behaviors. You start to see whether the picture falls apart or whether or not it really takes on a life of its own.
Yeah, we need to heed these warnings for the future, certainly. Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you for being with us. And we should also mention that we're expecting that the Maine governor is going to be speaking here in just a few minutes. So stay with us for that. We'll be right back.
This is spring semester at Fairfield Sassoon Unified. They switched to Google Tools for education because there's never been a reported ransomware attack on a Chromebook. Now they're focused on learning, knowing that their data is secure.
The Medicare Advantage and Prescription Drug Plan annual enrollment period is now open.
Ugh, every year I have to listen to all these commercials.
We're sorry, Karen, and we know it's annoying, but we want to make sure everyone on Medicare knows it's time to check and see if they can enroll in a plan that will save money or include additional benefits.
I just want these commercials to stop.
Honestly, Karen, we do too, but this is the only time of year when everyone on Medicare can call and see if there are plans with additional benefits available in their area.
I already have a Medicare Advantage plan, so these commercials aren't even for me.
Well, Karen, plans may change every year, and the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available. The phone lines are open. Just call 800-331-5378 now. The Medicare annual enrollment period is the only time of year when all Medicare recipients can call and enroll in a new Medicare Advantage plan. This is also the time to call if you want to change plans. This enrollment period is only open for a limited number of weeks.
Do I have to call now for 2024?
2024 plans are available now during the annual enrollment period. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to take your call. Call now and get a free benefits review with no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-331-5378 now.
So, I can call and not sign up for a plan?
That's right. We just want to make sure everyone on Medicare gets information about plans with the coverage they want in 2024. You can call to check and see what plans with additional benefits may be available in your area.
I need to get that number one more time.
The number again is 800-331-5378.
Is the call free too?
Yes, the call and benefits review are free with zero obligation to enroll. Call now. Just call 800-331-5378 now. That's 800-331-5378.
Hello.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Hello, I'm Boris Sanchez alongside Brianna Keeler in Washington. And just a short time ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu unequivocally rejected growing international calls for a ceasefire in Israel's war with Hamas. Israel says its military campaign against Hamas has entered its second stage now, not only with more intense airstrikes, but also an expanding ground operation on the ground in Gaza. The IDF says that dozens of militants have been killed, but now the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Ramallah, which draws from sources in the Hamas-controlled enclave, says more than 8,200 people have been killed in Israeli strikes since Hamas's terror attack began on October 7th.
Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen.
Here in the last hour, the Israeli Defense Forces confirmed that one of their soldiers who was abducted on October 7th has been released during IDF ground operations. Private Ori Megadish, seen here, is said to be doing well, and she has been reunited with her family. Her friend and fellow soldier, Roni Eshel, is still being held, and her parents, Roni's parents, just spoke to CNN with this message to their daughter.
Roni, you have to stay strong. We are going to get you back. We are going to get you back. The IDF will get you back. You have to stay strong. Everyone is looking for you. And you have to believe that we are coming. We are coming to save you.
Let's go now to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He is in Ashkelon, Israel. So, Jeremy, what more do you know about the release of this IDF soldier?
Well, this is the first captive taken hostage by Hamas who was freed as a result of an IDF operation. The Israel Defense Forces confirming in a statement that Private Megadish was freed in a ground operation, what they're characterizing as a ground operation overnight. They say that the private had been kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th and was subsequently freed overnight in this operation. They say that Private Megadish has been medically checked and appears to be doing well, and of course we see these pictures now of her meeting with her family. It is a remarkable situation to see this unfold, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, are using it as evidence that this ground operation that is being conducted, they say, is one way of trying to get some of these hostages freed. Of course, this is the first and only instance thus far that we have seen of this ground operation successfully resulting in the freedom of at least one of these captives. But this is also a point that Prime Minister Netanyahu has made, which is that it's not only these specific ground operations to try and free hostages. He has said that it is only under pressure, only by increasing Israeli leverage, by carrying out these operations, that Hamas at the negotiating table will also agree to free more captives. Of course, we know those negotiations are complex and they are ongoing.
Jeremy, talk to us a little bit about this video released today of these 3 hostages. We're not showing it. You know, this kind of thing is tricky. Hamas is using it for its purposes, but at the same time, it does give us hope. These hostages are alive and their families are obviously looking at this.
Yeah, and in terms of that proof of life, sometimes it's difficult to tell when exactly these videos were filmed. But in it, one of the hostages actually references a speech that the Israeli Prime Minister gave just this weekend. So it is at least recent from a timestamp basis. Now, again, as you noted, Brianna, these videos are typically released by Hamas for propaganda value. That is one of the reasons why we are not showing this video. But in it, it shows 3 female hostages identified by their families as Elena Trupanov, Danielle Aloni, and Ramon Kirsch. Aloni is the only one who actually speaks in the video, and in it she addresses the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu directly, urging him to do everything that he can to free them. She says, "You promised to release us all." And towards the end of the video, she actually screams, "Now, now, now." Again, it is very emotional, there appears to be some anger in her voice. Now, we don't know the conditions under which she was directed to speak in the way that she was, but the Israeli Prime Minister's office acknowledging the video and saying that the Prime Minister turns to these 3 hostages who were kidnapped and says, "I hug you, our hearts go out to you," and the other abductees. Brianna?
All right, Jeremy Diamond, thank you.
Let's dig deeper now with CNN military analyst, retired 4-star General Wesley Clark. He served as NATO's Supreme Allied Commander and founded the group Renew America Together. General, great to have you this afternoon. I'm curious to get your perspective on what Israel is describing as the second wave of this ground attack against Hamas in Gaza. What have you seen so far that has stood out to you?
So Israel's in on the ground. They're going to stay in on the ground. The question is, what's the rate at which their occupation advances? So what I see is more forces come in, and they're apparently 2 miles inside Gaza. It looks like from the northwest as well as the northeast. My guess is they seal off an area, then work from all directions in it to clear it, search it room by room, get on the rooftops, go into the tunnel network underneath it, and make it secure before they continue to go deep. Now they may, as they advance, they're going to run into resistance. They're going to stir things up. They're going to get communications intercepts. They're going to go into tunnels. They're going to tap phone lines. They're going to get information, and they may well conduct raids beyond that perimeter. But they have to meet the Prime Minister's guidance, essentially go into every room and eliminate Hamas and every tunnel.
And that is especially complicated when you're talking about that tunnel system. It's been described as an underground spider's web, and significantly complicating that is the fact that there are civilians there, hostages as well, we believe. What does it look like to fight a war inside a tunnel system like that?
Well, I think first of all, they know something about the tunnels. Not all the tunnels are new. They do have some maps of the tunnels. One of the things they're doing on the ground is making comparisons between the maps and what they know to see what's new. They probably got some informants on the inside who've given them current information on the status. They're going to go into the tunnels. They may go in on foot. They may go in with robotic vehicles first. They may fly drones through some of the tunnels if they can control the drones down the tunnels. They're going to move through there till they hit resistance. They're going to know where they are in relation to the rest of the city. They may then bring ordnance in on the tunnel if there's nobody in there. They may back out and blow it with demolitions. Everything's going to be decided on a case-by-case basis based on the overall picture of where the hostages are, where the enemy is, what the future operations are, and what it takes to finish the job in Gaza. That's why the Prime Minister said it's going to be a long war. This can't be done overnight. It is step by step, and the Israelis have to do it in a way where they don't get bogged down in the city, where they've got freedom of maneuver, where they keep the initiative, and they still have to watch the back door up in the north in Lebanon and Syria.
And to that point about there being a back door, it's not just Lebanon and Syria, it's the potential for even Houthis to get involved in Yemen. Iran's backing of terror groups in the region plays a significant role in all of this, and officials in Iran described Israel as having crossed a red line here. In response, the U.S. is sending additional forces to sort of deter those groups. How likely is it, General, that this is going to escalate into a broader regional conflict?
I think there's a lot of posturing right now. I think certainly Vladimir Putin would be willing to fight to the last Hezbollah soldier to distract the United States and Israel and the West from what he's doing in Ukraine. But the Iranians are very clever. They're very nuanced. They can draw and suggest red line after red line after red line without moving forward. They're watching the situation. Right now, Israel has the initiative. Israel has the ability to protect itself fully, and Iran is not going to commit itself. Iran is not going to commit itself until Israel doesn't have those capabilities and the United States is distracted somewhere else. So the mullahs in Tehran, they're not about to give up the safety and security of Iran because of Hamas. They're willing to use Hamas and especially use the Palestinian civilians there to distract, to advance their own agenda in the region. They're willing to have Hezbollah take some hits, but they're not going to commit Hezbollah unless they think they're close to a decisive phase of the battle, and they're nowhere near close yet. So yes, there's a risk of escalation, but it's still a ways off. The United States needs to continue to do everything it can to make sure that all those in the region and outside the region understand why our ships are there and what we would do in the event of escalation.
General Wesley Clark, thanks so much for the perspective.
Well, thank you.
And as we learn of one hostage being released, we're also learning new details about the more than 200 who are still held captive. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed that 33 of those hostages are children. I'm joined now by Daniel O'Shea. He's a retired U.S. Navy SEAL commander and coordinator for the Hostage Working Group in Iraq. Daniel, thank you so much for being with us. I do want to ask you about the children, but first I just want to ask you more generally about what Israel is facing here as they are trying to recover hostages, what the challenges are on the ground.
Well, I mean, right there, 33 children, people as old, well into their 80s, women, non-combatants. There has been nothing on this scale in history beyond the Beslan school crisis and the Moscow theater in terms of the size and scope and scale of non-combatants in this, but they're not in all one area. They're throughout that spider web network tunneling system underneath the streets of Gaza. So the challenges for planning a hostage rescue mission are very formidable. Nothing like it in my 20 years of tracking jihadi groups that have done these kidnappings in the past. So this is the only playing card that Hamas has, and they're playing it out because it complicates everything the IDF is doing in terms of their stated mission to wipe out Hamas. Because every time they go anywhere, the concern would be that the hostages are also being held as human shields with what they're targeting, Hamas fighters.
That's right, and obviously that's a huge challenge for the IDF. They're not all in one place, as you point out, and so there's this IDF soldier, Private Ori Megidish, who had been abducted, now freed. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of intel she might be able to provide, what kind of intel the elderly Israeli hostages will be able to provide, considering they were being held maybe in smaller groups in different places?
Well, there was information revealed. Obviously, the older women that were released, they were being fed, they're being, quote, administered medicine. Again, Hamas, these are important bargaining chips, so they were going to keep those hostages alive until it doesn't serve their purpose. So the female soldier is going to be probably more trained in observations. She probably played a role in on her rescue. She may have escaped and then was found, her soldiers nearby. And again, how she got rescued, we may never know the details, but she will play a critical role in the debriefing process. So she's been medically checked out first and foremost. I think she's been with her family, but believe me, she's being debriefed right now, and everything she can share in terms of where the hostages were held, how many, what conditions. So every hostage will bring added intelligence to help as they're trying to determine how they're going to pull up this wide-scale hostage rescue mission, which won't be one operation, it'll be multiple.
Hamas released another hostage video today. We're not showing it. I think the families will welcome seeing their loved ones in this video, but clearly these are people who are being held. They are under duress. They do not have control of what they get to say. What does the release of the video, though, tell you?
Well, this is straight up hostage terrorism via propaganda video. These women were pleading. The one woman on screen was pleading with Prime Minister Netanyahu, demanding that they do the hostage exchange for Hamas prisoners being held in Israel. And Hamas is basically having these Israeli hostages who it's got to be terrifying for the family. They're thankful to see their sisters, mothers, daughters alive, but it just raises the scale. And we're going to see more proof of life hostage videos just like this in the future, because every time a hostage video comes out, it complicates everything all the way up to the Prime Minister level and certainly the senior ranks of the IDF.
Well, Daniel, it's so important to talk to you. You were someone in a rare position of having dealt with hostage situations, and hearing you talk about just how extraordinarily difficult and unique this situation is really drives it home for us. Daniel O'Shea, thank you. So New York State authorities are increasing security at Cornell University following anti-Semitic threats against Jewish students. The rabbi and the president of Cornell Center for Jewish Living will be joining us live next. And then later, tributes pouring in for Friends star Matthew Perry, as the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner says the cause of death will require additional investigative steps. That and much more coming up on CNN News Central.
Sore throat got your tongue? Mucinex Insta-Sue Sore Throat Medicated Drops. Uniquely formulated for rapid relief that lasts and lasts. That's my baby! Get Mucinex Insta-Sue. It's comeback season.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
We have generations of lowriding in our family. We're not sworn in, we're born in. And that's important to me because the Serrano legacy continues.
Nikki Haley's record on China
as Governor Haley rolled out the red carpet for Chinese companies.
They want to do business in South Carolina. Our home, your home.
She gave them millions in tax breaks, subsidies, free land. The Communist Party-owned high-tech company got 200 acres, 5 miles from an army base.
I think China is really in good faith doing quite a bit. They are a really great friend of ours.
Nikki Haley, questionable judgment, dangerous from China. Never Back Down is responsible for the content of this advertising.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
everyday products designed smarter.
Genius! Like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So Sam can make smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way with Aveeno Daily Moisture. Formulated with nourishing prebiotic oat. It's clinically proven to moisturize dry skin for 24 hours. Aveeno.
Hey Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
That's easy. I'll dial the time back to 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
But then I would get the time travel.
Let's go way back. I want to ride a pterodactyl.
What? Hey, you tripping right now. I done sat at the wrong table again. Where is my real family and
mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
New Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is a butt dial. Well, somebody's butt.
Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular,
You can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but
for up to half the price.
got a feeling I can't escape it. Feeling good for the F3, 'cause I reinvent.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing me? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you have bladder leaks when you laugh or cough, like we did, there's a treatment that can help. Bulkamid. And the relief can last for years. We're so glad we got Bulkamid. Visit findrealrelief.com to find a physician near you.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
We want to take you straight to Maine, where Governor Janet Mills is giving an update on her state's response to the mass shooting in Lewiston over the weekend. Let's listen.
I'll take a few questions. My glasses, excuse me. Hi.
How are you? Thank you for your reception. I need to get your reaction to our reporting that the sheriff there, where the shooter lived, had investigated and been to his home. Appears on several occasions. At one point, the deputy was there. It appears he was inside the home, but they took no further action, despite knowing and receiving information that he was a threat. What is your reaction to that? I know you talk a lot about investigation, but if law enforcement doesn't use the tools that are available to them, how are people supposed to feel safe?
You're reporting on reports, and I know it's second, third, excuse me. You're reporting on something that has not been finally determined, and I think that determining and understanding all the facts surrounding this event is crucial. All of the facts. The Maine State Police is, as I said, undergoing a thorough investigation of every aspect of the case. Facts are important, and it's an important question that you ask. There are many other important questions that will be determined in the coming weeks and months. The Maine people deserve an answer to these questions, all of them, and that will happen in due course.
But are you concerned?
I'm sorry, next question? Excuse me. Yes, somebody had their hand up. Yes, hi.
describe what police did to find Mr. Howard after the statewide order that was taken in mid-September and why he wasn't found at that time?
I couldn't hear the first.
Would you please tell us what police did in September after the statewide order to find Mr. Howard went back and why he wasn't found at that time?
Again, you're asking a law enforcement investigative question, and I think those questions are important. But I can assure you those questions will be answered in due course as the police conduct all appropriate interviews and determine the facts of this case. I trust the May State Police to determine to undergo a thorough investigation of all aspects of the case.
That is Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, answering questions from reporters after indications that deputies near Lewiston were informed that the shooter that killed 18 people at a bowling alley and a bar last week had told people that he was eager to hurt others. Someone close to him reported to law enforcement that he might snap and commit a mass shooting. The governor there not giving any direct answers when asked about those reports, specifically by CNN's Shimon Prokupez, though she says, quote, the people of Maine deserve an answer. She says that investigators will continue working to get those answers as soon as possible. Brianna, obviously a lot of questions about that investigation, given what we've learned recently about the shooter and his mental state in the months leading up to his actions.
Yeah, so many red flags, and eventually those questions will have to be answered. That's not going to stand, so we'll see there. In the meantime, the FBI is working with Cornell University after Jewish students were targeted in a series of anti-Semitic threats in an online forum over the weekend. Now, New York Governor Kathy Hochul is speaking out after meeting with students earlier today, saying we will not tolerate threats or hatred or anti-Semitism or any kind of hatred that makes people feel vulnerable. Joining me now, we have Rabbi Ari Weiss, who is the CEO of Cornell Hillel, and Molly Goldstein, who is a Cornell student. She's also the co-president of the Cornell Center for Jewish Living. Molly, just if you could talk to us a little bit first, how things have been for you, how they have been for other Jewish students on campus. This is an incredibly scary time. Tell us what you're hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brianna, for giving me the opportunity to speak with everyone today. Jewish students on campus right now are unbelievably terrified for their lives. It is not okay to have anti-Semitic attacks on campus or in any place in this world. We are scared to go back to our home. We are scared to be in the kosher dining hall, but we are remaining strong as much as we can.
Rabbi, what are you hearing?
So I would just add to what Molly said, and I'll just say, for the last 3 weeks, Jewish students at Cornell, as they have around the country, are in mourning. This is a really difficult time. Everyone knows someone who was taken hostage or who was murdered on October 7th. And then over the last 3 weeks, as students have returned to campus, there's been one incident after another, and this is happening nationwide, and unfortunately it's happening at Cornell as well, where a professor said some really horrific things. There was anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic graffiti last week, and then on Sunday we saw this horrible and vile posts that appeared around campus, and it's really shooken us to the core to see that. At the same time, we were just deeply appreciative of Cornell University Police Department, who are out en masse to support Jewish students and Jewish life at Cornell, as they are for all students at Cornell.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is you're to that point where many students, they need that. They need that as a precaution. And Molly, you spoke with the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. I just read some of her words. Do you feel that school officials, do you feel that elected officials are doing everything they need to do to protect you and other students?
Yes. Governor Hochul and President Pollock of Cornell University ensure that they are doing everything they can. And we have every type of police outside of our building 24/7 to make sure that we are safe. And we cannot express our appreciation anymore.
Molly, have you been surprised in the wake of the attack on October 7th and what has transpired since then, the war between Israel and Hamas? Have you been surprised by the level of anti-Semitism that it has displayed, that it has revealed?
Unfortunately, we've been in a world where Jewish students on campuses have been under attack for many, many decades and have been feeling extremely unsafe. But I never would have expected this to happen on my own campus, to happen in my own home. And I am sending strength to all of my other students who are going through this extremely difficult time in this unprecedented time. And I hope that this can be over soon for everyone.
Rabbi, I wonder, we talk so much about the discourse on campuses. Do you think there is room for people to talk about, do you think there is room for an opinion where people think, yes, what happened on October 7th is atrocious. Yes, they are concerned about the hostages, just this extraordinary, horrific situation with hostages in Gaza, but also they don't like what's happening to civilians in Gaza, to children in Gaza, that they think that's atrocious as well. Why isn't that taking up more of the conversation?
First, just to say, the loss of any innocent life is tragic. And I think that's an important thing to say. The loss of any individual life is tragic, whether they are Israeli or Palestinian. I think at the same time, it's important to say that Israel's war today is a defensive war. Israel was attacked on October 7th. Over 1,000 people were murdered. Over 200 people were taken hostage. Any other country would respond defensively. It is a just war. And we are open to having that conversation and to hearing other opinions as well. But I think it's important to have that moral clarity to say that what happened, that what Israel is doing currently is a just war and it is a defensive war. Our core work is also just to support students. Well, students are having many different types of feelings. We want to process with them. We have rabbis on our staff. We have educators on our staff. And we're there at Hillel to support Jewish students right now. Over the last 3 weeks, we've come together several times, over 1,000 people cumulatively, to hold a vigil for Jewish students and to hold a rally to demand that the hostages come home.
Certainly something that we all echo as we look at the situation with hostages in Gaza. And we're watching as well what's happening at Cornell. So many ugly things have occurred there in the last few weeks. And Rabbi and Molly, we appreciate you joining us to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period. And she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why should I call and check up on my Medicare plan?
Hi, Martha. Plans and benefits can change each and every year. That's why it's important to call to get your free 2024 Medicare benefits checkup.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may be better for you. You can even call to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year.
You probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-882-0987, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan that will better fit your healthcare needs.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, 2024 plans are now available, but you won't get a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan automatically.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 plans are now available, so now's the time to call. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your free Medicare benefits checkup today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits checkup is free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan available in your zip code. Call now and we will see what plans may be best for you.
It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near the Marine base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1950 and 1985? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. For decades, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause cancer and other diseases, especially later in life. Types of cancer and diseases associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived at Camp Lejeune between 1950 and 1985, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court, even if you were turned down in the past. New legislation may allow you to file a claim today. If you spent time at Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-600-4465. That's 1-800-600-4465.
They put food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
Leaf Filter gave them clog-free gutters for a lifetime. The Taylors and over 1 million other homeowners all choose Leaf Filter. Call or log on today to save 20% off. Call 1-833-LEAF FILTER or visit leaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
A trial is underway in Colorado at this hour to determine if the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban disqualifies Donald Trump from appearing on that state's 2024 presidential ballot. A group of Republican and unaffiliated voters in Colorado filed a historic and some say long-shot court case last month. Now it's going to be up to a judge to figure out Trump's ballot fate in a case that could have major implications for other states where similar challenges have been filed. Let's bring in CNN's Marshall Cohen, who's been following the latest details. Marshall, both sides making their opening arguments today. Walk us through them.
Boris, as you mentioned, this is historic. It has never happened before in American history that one of the leading candidates for president has to defend his qualifications like this in court. Donald Trump, of course, they are trying to take him off the ballot because of January 6th. That's what's on the table here at this case in Colorado. So you're looking at some pictures from that courtroom. There is a camera in there, and right now is some witness testimony. But earlier today, opening statements from both sides. I'll play a clip for you from the challengers, the group of Republican and independent voters that are trying to get Trump off the ballot. Their argument was essentially that this, in the 14th Amendment, this is the law of the land. We need to uphold the law and maintain a fair election. Listen to what they had to say.
Our Constitution prevents people who betrayed their solemn oath, as Trump did here, from serving in office again. Trump engaged in insurrection and therefore cannot appear on the ballot. No person, not even the former president, is above the law.
Look, he's right to a certain extent. This is what the Constitution says. It was ratified after the Civil War. Anyone who engaged in an insurrection can't hold office. Of course, the big question is, how do you enforce something so old, something that's barely been used in the last 100 years? And also, doesn't that possibly take the voters out of the equation, Boris? Isn't this supposed to be an election? That's what Trump's lawyers were arguing in their opening statement. I'll play their clip for you now. This is Scott Gessler. He was the Secretary of State in Colorado.
And this court should not interfere with that fundamental value, that rule of democracy. It's the people who get to decide. And this lawsuit seeks to cancel that principle.
So they could not be further apart for us, those two sides. It will be up to the judge to figure out the path forward. There are so many constitutional questions that she is going to grapple with. There are many, many hurdles between now and actually removing Trump from a ballot. And no matter what this judge says, most people think that it will probably be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. Boris?
Marshall Coleman, thanks so much for the update. Still plenty more news to come. In fact, we're going to take you back to Maine. The state's governor just wrapped a press conference moments ago on the investigation into a mass shooting in Lewiston there. A lot of questions to be answered. We'll be right back with a live update.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there. We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border. It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front, tonight at 7 on CNN. The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile, and now others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with dental implants, and they can change yours too. Because a Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Bladder leak underwear has one job.
I just want to feel protected, especially for those sudden gush moments when your keys are in the door and your body's like, it's happening.
If you're worried about your protection, it's not the right protection. Always Discreet protects like no other, with double leak guards that help prevent gushes escaping from the sides, and a rapid dry core that locks in your heaviest gush quickly for up to 0 leaks. And it contours to every body.
Now this is protection.
Always Discreet, the protection we deserve.
I'm in everybody's home, and my favorite homes are Wayfair homes. The Wayfair homes just have that razzle-dazzle. They redid the guest room. All at prices you can't believe. But you should. And Blitzen fast shipping. North Pole in 2 days. So this year, go to Wayfair for goodness sake. The gifts. You have one job, Nick.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2's perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
Detect this. Living with HIV, I learned I could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why I switched to Dovato.
Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults.
No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato.
Detect this. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking dofetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Detect this. I stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to Dovato.
This is Liz. She just stepped up to care for her mom, and she has questions. Luckily, Liz has Carewell. It's a one-stop shop for everything caregiving, staffed by real caregiving specialists.
So you get great prices, discreet delivery, and super fast shipping. Like faster than you know what online megastore fast. With Carewell, you've got this. Go to carewell.com to get 30% off your first auto ship order. Proudly supporting the Alzheimer's Association.
My store, my design business, were exploding. But my old internet was not letting me run the show. So we switched to Verizon Business Internet. They have business-grade internet nationwide.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Max Cushioning.
Do you struggle to put on your shoes when you leave the house? It's time to call an audible. With new Max Cushioning hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's easy. I just step in and go. Try new Max Cushioning hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Maine Governor Janet Mills just finished giving an update on the response to the mass shooting in Lewiston over the weekend. We have CNN's Shimon Prokupez, who is in Maine. This was pretty notable. A lot of frustration in the room during this press conference, Shimon.
Yeah, certainly, because there's still so many questions that need to be answered. And really what we're dealing with now is the month, the weeks leading up to this and what was going on with the shooter. We know from our new reporting that law enforcement was aware that he was having some kind of mental difficulties, that there was potentially threats of a mass shooting of violence. We've learned in the last few days that actually a sheriff's deputy went to the home of the shooter to do an investigation because someone in the military called them and said, we're concerned about this. But what we don't know is what happens after that. What steps are taken to try and locate the shooter? And then now we know what happens. And these are the questions that we just posed to the governor. What does she know, and what was her reaction to all that? Take a listen to her response.
Information that was received by local police that they had about the shooter that they did not share with federal authorities.
Governor, you really don't know what we're talking about? Is that what you're going to stand here and tell us? Governor, everyone here wants to know that answer.
This needs to be answered.
Yeah, Governor. I'm sorry. It is, but these are... Is this something you should know? No, but this is something you should be able to... But also, we know that there is an alarming concern from the law enforcement community that activity and information here was ignored. And the simple answer is, why was that done, and are you concerned about that?
I think both sides of the facts are left to determine. You're making assumptions. I'm not making assumptions.
And so there you go, right? You have the governor there. She really wasn't willing to answer any of the questions concerning the investigation. Her concerns over the fact that maybe law enforcement here missed items of information that could have prevented this from happening. I know from talking to law enforcement officials here in Maine and outside of Maine that are aware of this, that there is so much concern over the fact that there was enough evidence here, they believe, enough information to warrant a further investigation, perhaps more action by the local police department, and it just wasn't taken. And we just want the governor's reaction to it. Look, she is the governor of this state. For all purposes, she's in charge of this investigation. She runs the state police. They report to her. So all we simply want to know is, what does she know? And, really this is about getting some answers, right, for this community, for people who have been affected by this, but also law enforcement wants to know. Folks that are not living here, outside of here, they want to know what steps were missed, where were the mistakes made, and if there were no mistakes, then that's fine, but someone needs to talk about it. And this has been something that they've not wanted to answer for days now. The day after this incident, there were questions about this, about the law enforcement contact with the shooter. They basically ignored those questions. And now, as we see from the governor, all the way to the top of this state, continuing to ignore the questions and refusing to answer them.
Yeah, this didn't come out of nowhere, and I think that was really what we heard you and a number of reporters, including local reporters there in Maine, demanding of the governor. Shimon, thank you so much for that. Shimon Prokupez live for us from Augusta. We'll be right back.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN. Happiness is
Different things to different people, that's what happiness is.
Etsy has home, style, gifts. Etsy has it.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Qunol's extra strength high absorption magnesium. It gives you 100% of the daily value of magnesium. Qunol, the brand I trust.
For over 25 years, Lovesac has been rewriting the rules of comfort. It's okay to change your style. Get messy. Get immersed. With Lovesac, you make the rules.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Sometimes just ordering lunch can be a lot for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Look at that. It's like a science project.
So what can I get you for a base?
What is a base? I'm falling behind already.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial with 0 sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle. Your water, your way. Now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's dual complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits. Get credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items at no extra cost to you with United Healthcare.
At DriveTime.com, we've been hard at work, and we finally did it.
Did you make it so I can finally shop with thousands of cars with no hit to my credit?
Wait, yes! Go to DriveTime.com, get approved with no credit hit!
Go to DriveTime.com, get approved, and shop your real terms with no credit hit. From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
The all-new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more nudging your partner or hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
Everyday products, designed smarter.
genius, like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, so Sam can make smart ideas
A brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
Do you think those two have any idea?
That they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine!
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-392-7600 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
I'm Paris Canal outside a New York State courthouse, and this is CNN.
In the House of Representatives, the new Speaker, Mike Johnson, he is beginning his first full week on the job, and he wants a standalone aid package for Israel's war against Hamas, and that puts him at odds with Democrats, also with some Republicans, some key Republicans, who are requesting that funding as well to Ukraine go through.
Yeah, he's trying to pair aid with Israel with certain cuts, specifically to legislation that was passed by President Biden. So let's take you now live to Capitol Hill with CNN's Manu Raju. Manu, Speaker Johnson's plan would tee up a showdown with the Democratic-controlled Senate. What are members of Congress saying about this?
Yeah, two huge developments this afternoon in the push to try to get this Israel aid package moving. The new Speaker, Mike Johnson, just revealed text that the Republicans plan to pursue, bill text that includes $14.3 billion in aid to Ukraine, but notably aid to Israel. It does not have aid to Ukraine as part of this package, but notably it includes spending cuts to offset the cost of the price tag. What it would do is cut spending for the IRS, essentially spending that was authorized through the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, a law the Republicans opposed, but it would cut $14.3 billion in spending from the IRS in order to pay for the package. That is a no-go for Democrats. In fact, I just talked to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on his way back from the White House. He told me that obviously a pay-for like that makes it much harder to pass. He's referring to that spending cut the Republicans are pushing. Also, he said, we believe our Democratic caucus, we should be doing it all together. Israel, Ukraine, the South Pacific. That tees up a huge fight. Remember, the White House had asked for $105 billion in aid to Ukraine, Israel, the South Pacific, to deal with the problems at the border. The new speaker wants to focus just on Israel and also to include those spending cuts that are going to be a huge issue for Democrats. So where does that lead everything? Unclear. Can Congress pass an aid package for Israel at this critical time? Can it do so for Ukraine? Also, lots of doubt about whether that can pass the Republican House. So even as Johnson is making Israel his first priority, can it become law? A major question as he pursues his approach, and the Senate Majority Leader telling me moments ago that approach won't fly in the United States Senate.
And Speaker Johnson, Manu, is also preparing for a little housekeeping. This week we're expecting to see a trio of resolutions to expel Congressman George Santos, also censure Congresswomen Rashida Tlaib and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Can you tell us the latest on these things?
Yeah, we expect that vote to happen either Wednesday or Thursday. The significant vote is the expulsion of George Santos. There's only 5 times in the history of the country has members of the House been expelled. George Santos, if it would occur, would be the 6th. That would require 2/3 majority in the House to get there. It's being pushed by a group of freshman New York Republicans. We expect Democrats to support it, but what will Republicans do? So it's uncertain it will reach that threshold. Those censure resolutions, separate issues, more of a symbolic slap on the wrist that to reprimand members of Congress being pushed against Rashida Tlaib, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Those measures also uncertain that they will pass the House as they face opposition from both parties. So a lot to watch out for and for landmines for Mike Johnson to navigate as he says he wants to focus on policy, not these censure issues.
Yeah, thanks so much, Manu, for the reporting. Important to point out, as Manu did, this was introduced by Republicans from New York, his own fellow congressman.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. All right, thank you so much for being with us today on this very big news day. The Lead with Jake Tapper starts after this short break.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course. You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, next.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No. That's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits.
What kind of extra benefits?
If you're on Original Medicare, call 800-679-8057 now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see if there's a Part C plan with additional benefits available to you in your area that may better fit your needs. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available. Medicare plans and benefits can change each and every year, and that's why it's important to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period, even if you called last year. If you feel like your original Medicare plan isn't giving you everything you need, call to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so call to speak with a licensed insurance agent right now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Remember, you don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2024 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-679-8057. 800-679-8057.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Issa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for half the cost. I'm the one who wins. Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Every year, Make a Change Canada adds more faces to our career success stories. We've helped thousands of people with barriers find a meaningful direction with our career assistance and IT skills training. When you give to Make a Change Canada, you're helping Canadians from all over to realize their full potential. To learn more and to donate, visit makeachangecanada.com and help create thousands more Canadian career success stories. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
Even on a bright day, all I could see was darkness.
I knew my life just stopped the pain. Went from a fantasy to something I thought was just a matter of time.
I was exhausted. I had nothing left. I was done.
I felt so alone.
You're not alone in the fight against depression. Join more than 1 million men who have visited headsupguys.org and found the support, tools, and strategies needed for recovering from depression. Headsupguys.org. Better starts here.
I'm Kayla Tausche at the White House, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Dave Tapper, and I'm standing on a rooftop looking out over Tel Aviv. It is just after 10 p.m. here, and it's been 23 days since the horrific terrorist attacks that by Hamas that caught this country and frankly much of the world by surprise. We start today by this declaration from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, quote, "This is a time for war," Netanyahu said during an address just a few hours ago. Despite the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the thousands of casualties, including an untold number of civilians and children, Netanyahu dismissed calls by some countries for a ceasefire, although the United States is not among them, saying Israel simply cannot stop its mission to target and destroy Hamas, the government that sent invaders into Israel to cruelly slaughter some 1,400 Israelis.
Now, are the jobs that I work
usually
not
agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11. Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism.
And my old age pension has been reduced.
Tonight, Israel's military is moving further into Gaza, increasing its attacks on what the IDF says are Hamas targets. Israel claims it has killed dozens of terrorists over the last
I would
day,
like to.
but the IDF
I would
also
like to do that.
were able to rescue one of its own soldiers, they say. The IDF says Private Ori Megadish was released earlier today during military operations in Gaza after being kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. This photo was released by the Israeli government after Private Megadish was medically cleared and reunited with her family. Today, Hamas released a short video of 3 other women who are believed to be hostages. One of the women pleaded with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to free them. CNN is not going to show the Hamas video, but the Prime Minister's office did confirm the identities of the 3 women, as Elena Trupanov and Danielle Aloni and Ramon Kirsch. We learned a heartbreaking update earlier today about another victim of Hamas that we told you about. The Israeli government says Shani Luke, a German-Israeli woman who was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th from the Nova Music Festival. Shani has been confirmed killed. Shani was at the Nova Music Festival in southern Israel, where young people from around the world had gathered to celebrate music and peace when Hamas attacked. Her body was seen on video, Hamas video, after the attack. She was seemingly unconscious in the back of a Hamas truck being driven into Gaza. We're going to show you the video at her family's request, and we want to warn you the video is graphic. Her mother specifically gave CNN permission to air the video. She wants to show the world the brutality of Hamas. We are blurring the image of her seemingly unconscious naked body. A source familiar with the identification of Shani's remains told me that the discovery of a fragment of a bone from the base of a skull, specifically the petrous bone, was recently located, and it was a DNA match for Shani's family. That fact, combined with the horrific video we just showed you and the circumstances of Shani being kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th, led a team of experts to conclude that Shani had been killed by Hamas. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Ashkelon, Israel for us right now, just north of Gaza. Jeremy, let's start with the IDF soldier rescued today. What do we know about how all this went down?
Well, Jake, Admiral Hagari, the IDF spokesman, is saying only that this was a ground operation that resulted in the release of Private Ori Megidish. This operation was carried out overnight by Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip, but beyond that, we really aren't getting many details about this, and that may be for operational security reasons. It may be because the IDF wants to continue carrying out similar operations to free additional hostages. This is the first time that the IDF has confirmed that an operation carried out by its ground forces resulted in the release of one of these hostages. Previously, we've seen 4 other hostages released, and it has all been as the result of some kind of negotiations and what Hamas has described as a humanitarian decision to release those hostages. This female soldier was posted at Nahal Oz near the Gaza border when she was kidnapped on October 7th. She is now with her family. We saw images released by the IDF of her with her family, and she appears to be in good condition. Jake?
Jeremy, tell us about what you saw today closer to the Gaza border.
Well, listen, the IDF is continuing to expand its ground operations. This has been made clear by the IDF that rather than this kind of overwhelming force of hundreds of thousands of soldiers invading the Gaza Strip at once, at least for now, what is happening is what they're describing as this expanded ground operation. And they are continuing to add soldiers to that effort, continuing to grow the size of that operation. Today, as we were posted along the Gaza border, what we could hear was less aerial bombardment than we've heard in the last several days, but we did hear a lot of artillery being fired at the Gaza Strip, and also a lot of machine gun fire throughout the day, indicating that there is active fighting that is still going on between Israeli forces and Hamas militants. Our photojournalist Matthias Som was also able to get images of some of the destruction in Beit Hanun, which is the northeasternmost city in the Gaza Strip, where we know that Israeli forces have rolled in with tanks. You can see some of the buildings there, really just shells of themselves, only the foundation still remaining. But these operations are still continuing, Jake. The IDF says that it has carried out strikes on more than 600 targets over the last several days, and they are vowing to continue to expand this. As we heard the Israeli Prime Minister today say, he said that there is a time for peace and there is a time for war. Right now, he said, it is a time for war. Jake?
Okay. All right, Jeremy Diamond in Ashkelon, thanks so much. Let's bring in CNN's Jim Shudo. He's in northern Israel. Jim, what's the latest on Israel's offensive in Gaza, especially given Netanyahu's comments today that Israel will simply not agree to any sort of ceasefire?
Well, the headline, Jake, from his comments, and he did not leave any uncertainty about this, is that Israel's going to continue pushing forward. We are limited with our vision into Gaza by what we can see from the outside, from, for instance, Jeremy's standpoint, and what the IDF shares. What the IDF has shared is simply that there is armor on the ground, armored units, tanks, armored personnel carriers, infantry, engineering units, presumably used to breach some of those Hamas defenses, tunnels, IEDs, etc., that they've killed dozens of terrorists, and they've made some forward progress. It appears at this point, at least several miles into Gaza, and it appears approaching from more than one direction, from the north, but also from the east, moving towards Gaza City, where one could expect that they will face greater resistance. This is the area, a more urban area, and this is an area where it's expected Israeli forces will face the most severe resistance, and the kind of resistance that U.S. advisors, military advisors, have been warning Israeli military commanders about, based on the U.S. military's own experience in similar battles in places such as Iraq, in Fallujah, and Mosul. That's the most vision we have inside Gaza right now.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thanks so much. Egypt says at least 75 aid trucks are waiting on its side of the Rafah border to cross into Gaza as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza gets worse by the hour. There are more than 2 million civilians inside Gaza. More than half are children, and as CNN's Salma Abdelaziz reports, they are paying a tragic price for the actions of their government, Hamas. A warning, some of the images you're about to see
my mainstream name is Paul Beckman, and my really name is Paul.
This is what the so-called second stage of war looks like. Panic and suffocation inside northern Gaza's Al-Quds hospital. Terrified families and patients with nowhere to run. Airstrikes nearby after the IDF told people here.
Now my only hope is that I won't be in pain, agony, and suffering.
Patients who are inside the hospital, many of them are in the intensive care unit. Evacuating them means killing them.
The evacuation order called impossible by the World Health Organization and the UN. Both stressed hospitals and civilians must be protected. Including some 12,000 displaced people sheltering inside Al-Quds hospital. Tell us we're safe and we will leave the hospital, he says. There is no safe place, not in the south, not in the whole of Gaza.
When I get the urge to have to go to the bathroom,
near constant airstrikes now pound the enclave, while Israeli troops expand their ground operations. The IDF insists it is eradicating Hamas. But on the ground, in this densely populated territory, utter devastation is the consequence. There are 2 million people, half of them children, trapped here, under bombardment and under siege. This is revenge, a cowardly racist campaign, he says. We in this area, we are one family, we are kind people. Instead of waking up to the sound of the call to prayer, we woke up to an airstrike. The anguish and horror inside Gaza sparking mass demonstrations. From New York City to London to Rome, and calls for a ceasefire are growing louder. UN members overwhelmingly voted for an immediate and sustained truce last week. But even as Palestinian families bury their youngest, more than 3,000 children killed in 3 weeks, Save the Children said, citing Gaza's Hamas-controlled health authorities, amplifying the global outcry. Prime Minister Netanyahu vows this is only the beginning. Salma Abdelaziz, CNN, London.
And our thanks to Salma Abdelaziz for that report. As this horror plays out, the U.S. estimates 500 to 600 Americans remain trapped in Gaza, many near the southern Rafah crossing near Egypt. You know at home, if you've been watching The Lead, that we have been following 2 families in particular. I asked White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, what is going on? Why can't these Americans get out of Gaza?
The Egyptians are prepared to allow American citizens and foreign nationals to come through the Rafah gate into Egypt. The Israelis have no issue with that. Hamas has been preventing their departure and making a series of demands. I can't go through those demands in public, but that is the subject of the discussions and the negotiations that are ongoing. We are trying to work through those
One of the Americans near the Rafah crossing, as you may know, is Aboud Okal. He, along with his wife and their one-year-old son, are from Massachusetts. They were in Gaza visiting family when this all started. Despite the spotty communication, he has been sending our team voice memos updating his situation. Here's what he sent our team last night.
We are almost out of drinking water today. I think we have enough just to last us through the night, and then tomorrow we'll be basically out. We hit 4 different bakeries to buy bread and any type of bread, actually. And it was a total mayhem, just like we expected, and actually quite heartbreaking to see the amount of people. People told us that they stood in line starting at 1 o'clock in the morning the night before. And that's all to be able to get one portion of bread, which is about 25 to 30 pieces of pita bread, an average size pita bread. We stood in line for 6 hours to get that amount, which basically would be good enough for a day or two at most, enough for everyone in the house. I think Gaza has reached a point where it does not matter where you're from or how much money you have or who you know. Everyone is in the same boat in terms of the dire daily struggle to survive.
And Aboud sent us another voice memo today. His situation gets more heartbreaking every time we get an update, yet he keeps going, simply trying to keep his family alive. Listen.
We've run out of drinking water yesterday, as the desalination station that's nearby that we've been relying on has run out of fuel to run the generators. So what we did is we roamed the main roads and streets here in Rafah city where we're staying to look for basically what's become the norm now, which is trucks or horse carts that are loaded with big tanks. There's been an increase in artillery shelling. That's been the most noticeable update near the eastern side of the city where we're staying, and also every once in a while we would hear heavy caliber gunfire that we believe is fired from tanks. And our biggest fear now is that the ground invasion is imminent. We've been in touch with the State Department since day one, few hours into the war. And our frustration continues and builds up every day that we're still stranded here and risk our lives. Still staying in the same house with my wife Wafa, my son Yusuf, my sister Haneen, and her 3 kids. All are Americans, and along with 40 other people. In total, 10 Americans in the same house, and managing to stay safe so far, and trying to secure resources for our day-to-day.
We're going to keep bringing you Aboud Okal's updates and his sister Haneen's updates as long as he sends them. And please know, Haneen is from New Jersey. You might remember her from a couple weeks ago. We are doing everything we can. We're calling every person possible. We are trying to get the Okal's family out of Gaza, and we are, President Biden, get the Americans out of Gaza. Do everything you can to get the Americans out of Gaza. Knowing these Americans are stuck in Gaza, could the U.S. be more forceful in its pressure to get them out? An influential voice in this space will join us next.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial, with 0 sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle. Your water, your way. Now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
About 2 years ago, I realized that Jade was overweight. I wish I would have introduced the fresh food a lot sooner. After Farmer's Dog, she's a much healthier weight. She's a lot more active, and she's able to join us on our adventures.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
With your hearing, if you start having a little trouble, you're concerned that it's going to cost you money. To this day, I only paid what I had to pay for the device. When I go back, everything is covered. There's so much you're missing by not having hearing aids.
We'll find you a hearing aid that fits your lifestyle and budget at one of our over 1,500 locations. Call Miracle Ear at 1-800-MIRACLE and schedule your free, no-obligation hearing evaluation today.
All kinds of people can get automatically enrolled in the Progressive Loyalty Program and get special rewards just for being customers. Like left-handed people, people with birthdays, even career-driven women who have sworn off love.
Sorry, I walked into like a farmer convention or something.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm, or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios to their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Welcome back to the lead live from Israel. Just moments ago, we saw the Iron Dome defense system here in Israel intercepting rockets fired by Hamas into Tel Aviv. We saw the Iron Dome intercepting it right over our heads. A reminder that just because major cities in Israel have not been flattened by the terrorist group, just because the death toll in Israel is not in the thousands, it's not for a lack of trying by Hamas. Hamas has fired thousands of missiles aimed at Israeli population centers. It's only because of the Iron Dome missile defense system that more Israeli civilians have not been killed. Tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is rejecting the idea of a ceasefire in Gaza, saying that that would mean Israel would essentially be surrendering to Hamas terrorists. And moments ago, White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby seemed to agree with that determination.
We do not believe that a ceasefire is the right answer right now. We believe that a ceasefire right now benefits Hamas.
Let's bring in Richard Haas. He's a foreign policy expert, and most recently he was the president of the Council on Foreign Relations. Richard, good to see you as always. So, Prime Minister Netanyahu this evening invoked Pearl Harbor and 9/11 when he said there would be no ceasefire today. He said they're no more willing to do so as the United States would be after 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. But when President Biden visited Israel this month, he urged Netanyahu to proceed with caution and strategy and to remember the lessons learned, to not react out of rage. Will history show that Netanyahu acted in that way with strategy and not out of anger, do you think?
Well, I think it's very much in the balance, Jake, but I've got to tell you, and I hope I'm wrong here, but I'm skeptical.
it's not quite clear to me how Israel is going to be able to quote-unquote eliminate or destroy Hamas militarily. I've long thought that Hamas is as much of a network, an idea, a movement, as it is a finite organization with a headquarters that you can destroy. And even if this analysis is wrong, it's not clear to me to whom you would transfer authority. Particularly an Israeli occupation is unlikely to be a legitimate midwife to anything else. So I understand the Israeli position, but going back to what John Kirby said, yes, the administration supports Israel's right of self-defense, feels a ceasefire is inappropriate now, but when does that change? Is it a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month? What is the criteria for which the United States would say enough? What is your definition of success? What can you reasonably expect to accomplish here using military force?
So let me ask you this. Let's assume that one hates what Israel is doing in Gaza right now. Let's just posit that as a given. What is the proper response? Israel sees what happened on October 7th as the government next door, and Hamas is the government of Gaza. The government next door sent in an army, slaughtered civilians, 1,400 people, most of them civilians, some in the army, but let's be frank, I mean, there's conscription here, so even the 18, 19, 20-year-olds that were in the army, they didn't have a choice. But slaughtered them, took more than 200 hostages. What is the proper response? What would any country in the world do if the government next door was dedicated to eliminating the country and sent in armed individuals to slaughter civilians? What would what would Sweden do? What would Switzerland do? What would Jamaica do?
I think we need to separate two things. One is that the government, in this case Hamas, is dedicated to seeing the end of the Jewish state. Nikita Khrushchev once said the Soviet Union will try to bury us. What matters most is that Hamas cannot succeed, and that's on Israel. And Israel failed, obviously, on October 7th. So one thing Israel needs to do is rebuild its defenses, rethink its intelligence, so Hamas, regardless of its intentions, can never again achieve anything in the same zip code that it achieved on October 7th. Secondly, they do have a right to self-defense. So I would say go after Hamas, but do so in a way that does not bring in so many people in Gaza. So think more discreetly. It might mean more targeted strikes, but fewer of them. It might mean commando-like raids on the ground. To just do it in a way that essentially you're mainly hitting the terrorists rather than the communities they are trying to enmesh themselves in.
Do you think any country in the world would do it that way?
Well, again, after 9/11, we learned the hard way about what happens if you overreach. Urban warfare is not an easy undertaking. And look, I understand the emotions. I understand all the desire to eliminate Hamas, to kill all 30,000 terrorists that are part of the organization. My view is that it's simply unlikely to succeed. But if one reduces dramatically Hamas's footprint and its capability, one rebuilds Israeli defenses and rethinks its intelligence capability, I think it creates a totally manageable situation. Again, I know people want to solve this once and for all. That's the instinct. What I'm suggesting is I'm not sure that's on the menu of available options.
Well, I think the Israelis also want to make sure that they can't do it again, even in a week or two, and they don't feel like they have the. I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm trying to have a conversation about what
let me just make clear.
But
Hamas's ability.
Yeah.
Let me say it. Hamas's ability to do it again, to use your phrase, depends not simply on their own absolute capabilities, depends not simply on their intentions, but on Israeli vulnerabilities. Israel can reduce Hamas capabilities. It can change their intentions. What it mainly can do is dramatically increase its defensive capabilities. So even if Hamas were to try something like this again, it would fail dismally, and everyone involved on the Hamas side would die. And trust me, if that happened once or twice, they would rethink their strategy. That is in Israel's control to bring about.
Richard Haas, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir. Coming up next, what one woman describes as pure cruelty, a disturbing report that the world really does need to see to understand the scope of the Hamas attacks. Stay with us.
Weeknights at 8. Tonight on 360, new reporting to get the full story. The will to fight, how important is that? Be unafraid.
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
Have compassion. That's real trauma what you have been through. Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360. Tonight at 8 on CNN.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
everyday products designed smarter.
Genius! Like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So Sam can make smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
The all-new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more nudging your partner or hiding under your pillow. Because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Qunol's Extra Strength High Absorption Magnesium. It gives you 100% of the daily value of magnesium. Qunol, the brand I trust.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo. On other diets, I could barely lose 10 to 15 pounds. Thanks to Golo, I've lost 27% of my body weight, and it was easy.
Last year, I got stuck paying for my ex's internet for months before I finally caught it. That won't happen this year, thanks to Rocket Money. Rocket Money finds hidden subscriptions, and you can cancel the ones you don't want with one tap. Join Rocket Money today.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
At DriveTime.com, we've been hard at work, and we finally did it.
Did you make it so I can finally see my real payments and shop at thousands of cars with no hit to my credit?
Wait. Yes!
Shop for cars online with no credit hit.
Go to DriveTime.com and get approved with no credit hit.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
ADT Self-Setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. John.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in.
That I don't look the part.
But to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers.
Create spaces where we all belong.
And experience the joy of curling.
I belong here.
We belong here.
We unite. And united we curl.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
I'm Rafael Romo in Ashkelon, Israel. This is CNN. 3 weeks and change after the brutal terrorist attack by Hamas, doctors and forensic experts are working around the clock. They're still trying to identify bodies. They're trying to bring answers for so many families desperately waiting on news as to what happened to their loved ones. As CNN's Sarah Seidman reports, one of the challenges is how badly some bodies were mutilated beyond recognition. A warning, some images you're about to see in this report are quite disturbing.
These are Hamas militants arriving at Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th, terrorizing residents.
בבקשה, אנחנו הולכים למות. אני מנסה לשלוח את הצבא, אמא. כנסו. אנחנו אוהבים אתכם. תכנסו בבקשה, אמיר. אבל אני מעבד אותך. תחזיקי אותו. אנחנו הולכים למות. אמא, תחזיקי אותו. תחזיקי אותו. בסדר? למה הם לא באים? וואי, הנה. הם זורקים עלינו פצצות. הם בהרבה בתים. רימונים. כן. הם זורקים עלינו רימונים, עד. כן.
The last conversation between a mother and son in Kibbutz Be'eri. Daughter Michael Pinion shared it with us, her last memory of her mother as Hamas descended on her parents' home.
I know after half an hour, she was writing, help, help. And then it was quiet.
The next time she saw her parents, they were in coffins. Some families have yet to say goodbye. Outside Tel Aviv at the Rabbinical Shura military base, inside these containers there are hundreds of unidentified bodies, many mutilated and in fragments.
This place is indeed pure, it's holy, it's a paradise, but it's also hell.
Forensic experts, dentists and rabbis are working day and night to identify the victims of October 7th. The smell is completely overwhelming. I mean, completely overwhelming, even with this on. And it's refrigerated, but some of the bodies are just in pieces. It doesn't take much to be really badly affected by just looking at the horror of that. Even those whose job this is are struggling.
You see the lack of humanity, and you see pure cruelty. During our identification process, we heard the screams and we heard the cries of the family that came and they said their last goodbye.
The brutality of the Hamas attack is forcing a change to burial rites here, usually very strict in Judaism.
According to Jewish law, we bury the dead when they're in the ground. In this case, we bury them in their coffins because we want to respect them, but also because there isn't much left of them.
Michael Levin-Elad and her colleagues say this is the worst thing they have ever seen because of the evidence of torture.
I started crying, and the other people hugged, and we have these breaking moments because these are atrocious crimes. These are crimes against humanity. This is not regular murder or terror attack or bus explosion. We've seen all of this in Israel, but never anything like this.
What she does know for sure is this is more death and torture than she has ever seen in her career. Cemeteries like this one are popping up across the country. This is just a temporary grave site that is being dug for the victims of the October 7th Hamas attack. When you look at these graves, you can see the remnants of some of the things they loved in life. But there are some gruesome details. One of these graves, for example, has two bodies from a family buried together. Families are insistent that these temporary resting places are just that, temporary.
We don't want them to be buried in another place. They are people of Be'eri. This is their home. This is their community. They cannot be buried anywhere else.
That's because, so far, Kibbutz Be'eri is still under the control of the Israeli army. It's too dangerous to go back. And Pinion realizes her family is just one of potentially 1,400 having to make this awful decision. 3 weeks in, she says they have no idea when they can go home again. And when they can finally bury her parents, Amir and Mati, in their final resting place. And Amir and Mati had just retired. They were ready to start using their pensions to enjoy their lives, and their lives were taken because of the Hamas attack. Jake?
No words. Great piece. Thanks so much. I met a man here who had escaped the cruelty of the Nazis as a boy, only to face Hamas 8 decades later. And I'm going to bring you his story next.
People from Hamas.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just funny! Calm down, Taco. See, that just... Stop! Sesame, no! Walter, don't! No, you're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I have a surprise. The New York Times, Vanity Fair, and Rolling Stone are all talking about The Holdovers.
Okay, let's hear.
The raucously funny smash hit of the Toronto and Telluride Film Festivals reunites Alexander Payne and Paul Giamatti for the first time since Sideways. The New York Times raves The Holdovers is one of the finest of Payne's career. 4 stars. It's pure movie magic. The Holdovers, rated R. Now playing in select theaters. In theaters everywhere November 10th.
Important information for Medicare beneficiaries. Do you know what your current Medicare plan actually covers or includes? Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. Are you getting the most from your Medicare plan? Medicare Parts A and B are called Original Medicare. Now is the time to call and find out about Medicare Part C, also known as a Medicare Advantage plan. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Part C plan. Even if you called last year, you should call today, because each year you could be eligible for new plans with additional benefits available in your zip code that may better fit your healthcare needs. That's right, Medicare plans can change each and every year. The only way to know your options is to call today. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, and insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes. If you're on Medicare, it's simple. Just call 800-584-3324 now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see what Part C plans with extra benefits may be available to you in your area. Remember, you don't get a Medicare Advantage Part C plan with additional benefits automatically. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. Call today to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. Medicare plans can change each year, so it's important to check up on your plan and see if there are any changes in the coming year, or if there is a plan that may include additional benefits. Find out what plans may be available to you today by calling and speaking with a licensed insurance agent who can check your zip code and help you find the plan that's the best fit for you. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free Medicare benefits review. Even if you called before, there's no obligation to enroll and the call is free. Call 800-584-3324. 800-584-3324. 800-584-3324.
I'm on a journey to discover the human story of gold. How it shapes us.
We're going down.
And our world. It's a story I thought I knew.
Oh my God.
Turns out, it's far more incredible and takes your breath away than I ever imagined.
The subject of our next story has lived and suffered the horrors of history repeating itself. At the age of 8, his family fled the rampant anti-Semitism in Poland just before the Nazi invasion, and then on October 7th, 83 years later, his life was in danger again by the anti-Semites of Hamas this time, also looking to kill Jews. I bring you now his story and a warning that some of the content is disturbing.
During the October 7th terrorist attack on his kibbutz, 92-year-old Dov Golovovich kept close to his phone.
My phone, which told me where all these people were crying for help,
where they were, and they didn't get to my suburb.
His neighbors in Kibbutz Nirim, where at least 9 people were killed or kidnapped, used a group messaging system to call in desperate warnings to each other.
I started hearing people saying, Arabs are wandering around all over the place in their homes, and what's going on? Send the army, send the army.
Right.
No army. And they were hysterical. And the people were very frightened, even though they were in a safe room. Because one of them, I was told, she couldn't close it. They were holding on to that handle to keep it from opening.
Dov was alone in his home safe room in the oldest section of the kibbutz, protected by a gift from his son.
My son, who is an engineer, and he already thought you can't lock those safe rooms from the inside. You can close them, but you can't lock them. They didn't think of that one. He made up a wooden bar, just a wooden thing with a bit of iron on the top of it, which you could put on top of the handle. You couldn't open it from outside. That's what I stuck on. I hadn't used it before.
Dov remained locked in this small concrete room for 10 hours.
How scared were you when you were inside the safe room?
I was worried, scared, and look, I've seen so many things already. My parents left Poland because of pretty rabid anti-Semitism.
When he was 8, his parents pulled their family out of Poland. They escaped just 1 week before the Nazi invasion that would eventually force his uncle and future father-in-law to Auschwitz. During the war, Dov and his family stayed safe in Australia, reading of Hitler's horrors as they spread across front pages. Eventually, Dov joined a Zionist youth movement where he met his future wife, Lily. And in 1955, they moved to Israel, where they built a family.
We were sent to Kibbutz Nirim.
Because that was a left-wing kibbutz.
That was one of the very in need of people.
Dov and the kibbutz he helped create were marking the anniversary of their community this year, on the eve of the October 7th attack.
The kibbutz had a birthday party. They celebrate the establishment, 77 years. On Friday night, on the morning of the Saturday morning, 6:30, alarm started. Shelling, what they call red alert or Tevadon. So,
did you ever think, I escaped the Holocaust, but now I'm going to get killed by Hamas? Did that cross your mind?
Eventually, because I don't believe any place is safe, really.
Still, leaving his land is not an option, he says. Not again. This is where he built a life. This is the land where his children and grandchildren live.
Are you going to go back?
Yeah.
You're going to go back to Nirim?
Of course.
Of course.
When they took down the 2 towers, America sent everybody to safe homes. I mean, all right, it's not the 2 towers, but you go back to your home. In my opinion, my modest opinion, you don't let terrorists break you down. You know, there was a revolt, the ghetto, Warsaw Ghetto Revolt in 43. They wanted to show, they're going to show something. One of them wrote a song, a poem, which was turned into the Song of the Jewish Partisans. And the first line said, never say you're going on the last road. We are here. We are not going to give in anyway. I'm going to die with my boots on, I hope. I hope.
Dov's wife Lily passed away 9 years ago. October 7th would have been their 70th wedding anniversary, and what a treat and honor it was to spend an afternoon with that gentleman. We'll be back in a moment.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. It's something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
This month, join the new Subway MVP Rewards program and get rewarded. Get 50% off any footlong when you join Subway MVP Rewards. So many all-star options.
It's just for Subway MVPs, right?
You catch on quick, Herbert. Join now and get 50% off any footlong.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Cunol, the brand I trust. Introducing Cunol Joint Health with turmeric, type 2 collagen, and more.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home.
Arm the system, we should go.
Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Tired of sciatic nerve pain radiating down your leg and lower back? Get relief, finally, with MagnaLife Leg and Back Pain Relief Cream. Fast acting, and yes, it really works. So get living.
Available at your local retailer.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter.
Crest.
The all-new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more nudging your partner or hiding under your pillow. Because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it.
At Long John Silver's, feed your sea tooth with efficient shrimp platter. 2 heavyweights of the high seas dipped in our signature batter and fried to golden perfection. Pair your platter with Wisconsin white cheddar cheese bites and ride a wave of melty goodness. Order ahead at longjohnsilvers.com. Fish yeah!
I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Denture wearers can go wild with wildly adhesive C-Bond denture seals. Get strong all day hold thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. C-Bond. Wildly adhesive.
I'm gonna sell my life insurance cause I don't need it anymore. My kids are grown, my wife is great, let's settle up the score. It's time to travel to Paris. Spend retirement happy. Call 877-SELL-EASY. 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 And sell your policy. You can sell all or part. Live your life, play it smart. 877-SELL-EASY. And sell your policy.
If you've had a change in health, or you're over 65, and paying for $100,000 or more in a life insurance policy you don't need, get paid for it instead.
Take the money that you get, gonna live it up, you bet. Call 877-SELL-EASY. 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 And sell your policy.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Welcome back to The Lead, live from Tel Aviv. We're going to have more on the war in Gaza in just a moment, but we're going to turn to another major story in the U.S. There are serious questions for law enforcement in Maine over what they knew about the mental health of the gunman who opened fire and took 18 innocent lives last week. CNN has learned that the U.S. Army asked local police for a welfare check on the shooter after a worried soldier warned that he would, quote, snap and commit a mass shooting. Local authorities went to the shooter's home, but failed to contact him. That was September 16th. That was less than 6 weeks before he carried out the deadly mass shooting. CNN's Shimon Prokopez is in Maine. Shimon, tell us more about what you're learning.
Yeah, so we've learned from a report that the local authorities in Maine, where the gunman lived, went to his home. There's a report that was done on a welfare check, and what we've learned is that on multiple occasions, up to about 3 or so, they tried to make contact with the shooter. At one point, they went to the home on September 17th, and they believed he may have been inside the home. They called for backup because they were concerned, the police, but nothing was done. They never spoke to him. They never tried to retrieve his weapons. They never took him in for any kind of evaluation. So today, the Maine's governor had a press availability, and we came here to ask her, what does she know? What is her reaction to all of this? She says everything's under investigation, and that she refused to just simply answer any questions about what contact the gunman may have had with police. Take a listen.
I think that determining and understanding all the facts surrounding this event is crucial. All of the facts. The Maine State Police is, as I said, undergoing a thorough investigation of every aspect of the case. Facts are important, and it's an important question that you ask. There are many other important questions that will be determined in the coming weeks and months.
And Jake, we just simply couldn't even get a reaction to her, to this new information, as she said that the investigation is going to continue. But I can tell you, in just talking to law enforcement officials who have seen this report, they are all extremely alarmed by what they read and by the inaction of the officers here in Maine. Jake?
Shimon Prokopez, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And this note, since last Wednesday's massacre in Maine, the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. so far this year, there have been 13 other mass shootings across the United States, according to the Gun Violence Archive. 13 other mass shootings just since that one. Israel Defense Force tanks rolled into Gaza today as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu insisted that his country would not agree to a ceasefire. What might this mean for the wider region? That's next.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2s are perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
Tommy Copper's Zip Up Full Back Support Shirt is redefining compression.
If you do this, or this, or sometimes even this, Tommy Copper's got this.
The ultimate muscle-supporting, pain-fighting compression shirt that zips on easily.
So that you can do all this. Thank you, Tommy Copper.
Fight back pain. Go to TommyCopper.com and find out how to save 20% on your first order.
You need this. Trust me.
We've got questions about Medicare plans.
Well, we've got a lot of answers. How can I help?
Well, for starters, do you have a Medicare plan I can actually afford?
How about a plan with a $0 monthly premium?
Well, that's a great start. What other benefits can we get?
Things like dental, vision, and hearing. But let me help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Ooh.
Don't wait. Call 1-888-65-Aetna to get answers to your questions and pick a plan that's right for you. And let's make healthier happen together.
When I started Bright Star Care, I had one focus: to provide a higher standard of care. Safe, reliable, nurse-led care right in people's homes. That's been my goal for 20 years, and it always will be. Now, local agencies are looking for experienced nurses and caregivers who have the passion it takes to deliver that higher standard of care.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentyx works for me.
Cosentix helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Before and bath fitter. Before and bath fitter. If you have a before bath, now's the time to call Bath Fitter to get a beautiful after. With our unique tub-over-tub process, there's no mess or stress. Spend smart on a beautiful new bath done right, backed by a lifetime warranty. Join over 2 million happy customers who know it just fits. Bath Fitter. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Whoa. Cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Did you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
It's fume-free and safe to use inside.
Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com.
Do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
I'm Pete Muntine at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. I'm standing on a rooftop looking out over Tel Aviv. It's just about 11 p.m. here, and it's been 23 days since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas caught this country and, frankly, much of the world by surprise. Live pictures tonight over Gaza, where we've heard some gunfire and explosions over the last hour. Also tonight, significant updates on multiple people who were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. A female Israeli soldier who was kidnapped is now reunited with the family, her family. The Israel Defense Forces say Private Ori Megadish was rescued during ground operations and is doing well after a medical evaluation. Also today, Hamas released a short video of 3 other women who are believed to be hostages. CNN is not going to show the video at the family's request, but these are the 3 women seen here in family photos that the Israeli Prime Minister's office says are seen in the video. One of the women is heard pleading with the Israeli government to do more to secure their release. Also today, awful news, a German-Israeli woman kidnapped by Hamas has been found dead. 23-year-old Shani Luke was at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas attacked and killed at least 260 others on the scene. Shani's body was seen on video after the attack, seemingly unconscious in the back of a Hamas truck being driven into Gaza, paraded around by the terrorists of Hamas. We want to warn you, the video's graphic. We're going to show you some of it with her body blurred out. Shani's mother gave CNN permission to air the video to show the world the brutality of Hamas that were blurring out her naked body. A source familiar with the confirmation of her death says that this is the way they did it. Israelis found a fragment of a bone from the base of a skull. It's called the Petros bone. It was recently located, and the bone was a DNA match for Shani's family. So experts taking that fact combined with the video we just showed, and then of course the circumstances of her October 7th kidnapping, left a team of 5 experts at the Ministry of Health to conclude that Shani was in fact dead. Today, any notion of a ceasefire has been dispelled. This Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, "This is a time for war," unquote. More Israeli troops are on the ground in Gaza, according to the IDF, pushing at least 2 miles into the Gaza Strip. Israel is claiming it has killed dozens of Hamas fighters. As it expands ground operations in Gaza, new Israeli leaflets dropped over Gaza are warning people in the north and center of Gaza that they are not safe, and the area is now, quote, battlefield. People living in, of course, that battlefield have very few options. to seek safety. Thousands of Palestinians have already been killed as Israel has been bombarding Gaza for weeks. Whether they're targeting Hamas or not, the IDF is killing innocent civilians and exacerbating an already fraught humanitarian crisis with shortages of water and food and medical supplies, shortages of simple shelter. President Joe Biden has been pressing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the White House says, to, quote, immediately and significantly, unquote, scale up the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Gaza has received only a small fraction of the aid trucks the people of Gaza need, 2.3 million residents of Gaza. The largest humanitarian relief operation inside Gaza is reeling. The United Nations says 63 members of its staff members have been killed since October 7th, 10 in just the past 3 days. CNN's Nick Robertson is just outside the Gaza border in the town of Sderot, Israel, which was hit hard on October 7th by Hamas terrorists. Nick, Israeli troops have now advanced more than 2 miles into Gaza, the IDF says. How has this new phase of war evolved over just the last few hours?
Yeah, the IDF say that they've been calling in airstrikes when the ground troops discover a stronghold of Hamas and targeting that. And we've heard those airstrikes throughout the day, planes circling and dropping guided missiles on those targets. But over the past couple of hours, and I'm just hearing a jet again right now, over the past couple of hours, we've heard a continuous and strong barrage of artillery fire being fired into Gaza tonight. And that seems to feels like an uptick in the scale of munitions dropping in the Gaza Strip. And also we've seen missiles dropped or fired from helicopters almost sort of vertically above Gaza. That's the artillery I'm talking about, almost directly above Gaza. And these going straight down, these missiles going straight down into Gaza. It's not possible for us to really tell what they are, but it's something new on the battlefield that we haven't seen before. Perhaps smaller, more precision located munitions that are tied in between the ground force and talking with the helicopter pilots on what to hit, Jake.
And Nick, Hamas released a short video today showing 3 female hostages. We're not going to show the video. The family requests that we don't. The families request that we don't. And we don't know under what conditions the video was recorded. I mean, obviously under duress. But it does seem to provide some insight into the tactics of this terrorist group.
Yeah, assuming that Hamas did not let these women, or the one woman of the 3 who spoke, speak entirely their mind, so we have to take that as an insight into what Hamas wants them to say, and the language did get very emotional towards the end, begging the Prime Minister to get their release, to have a ceasefire, to help win their release. But the points that they made, the lady who spoke in the video made, was that Prime Minister Netanyahu and the government had let them down on overall security, that they hadn't been safe in their kibbutz near the border, that the army had been very slow to respond by Hamas's attack on October the 7th. And so it does seem as if Hamas is trying to sow seeds of political dissent within Israel as well. And in the video, the narrative essentially says the Prime Minister had the opportunity to have a ceasefire to get the hostages released, and he didn't take it. So again, this is Hamas's propaganda, if you will, to try to create the narrative that there was an opportunity for hostage release, and it was an opportunity that was squandered by the Prime Minister. But as we heard earlier on today, Prime Minister Netanyahu is very clear there won't be a ceasefire. This is a Pearl Harbor moment, a 9/11 moment, and you don't back down and have a ceasefire in such circumstances, he said.
Nick Robertson in Sderot, thank you so much. Elsewhere in the Middle East, U.S. forces are under attack, 23 times to be exact, in the last 2 weeks. A senior Pentagon official is telling CNN that 14 of the attacks happened in Iraq, 9 of them in Syria. CNN's Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon for us. Oren, where exactly are these attacks happening, and how is the U.S. responding?
Jake, we've seen over the course of the past 3 weeks a massive effort from the entire U.S. government to try to separate the conflict in Gaza from the rest of the Middle East, trying to point out, for instance, that U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are there for the defeat of ISIS, and that has nothing to do with Hamas in Gaza. However, that appears to have fallen on deaf ears because of how connected in the ways in which the Middle East is connected. Take a look at this map here. 23 different attacks since October 17th against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. And these are the different sites, according to that senior defense official. A number of these sites, such as the Al-Assad air base there right in the middle, have come under attack numerous times. Al-Assad has come under attack at least 7 times, according to the Pentagon. And this is what you're seeing. What's also worth noting is that many of these attacks, about a half dozen or so, came after the U.S. carried out 2 strikes against facilities linked to Iran and Iranian-backed groups in eastern Syria late last week. That was an attempt to send a warning message to those groups, a deterrent message to Iran, but also intended to avoid a further escalation. Well, at least from where we're sitting now, with about a half a dozen more attacks on U.S. forces after the U.S. strikes. The question to the Pentagon is, do you respond and retaliate again, or do you try to avoid any sort of escalation against those and try to keep that separate, managing that with the military and diplomacy? That's the balance the Pentagon has to strike here as it tries to avoid the conflict in Gaza spreading to the rest of the region. Jake.
All right, Oren Lieberman, thank you so much. So let me share with you an absolute nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. On October 7th, Avichai Brodich and his family woke up at their home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. They were preparing to celebrate his daughter's 10th birthday. And then Hamas attacked. And Avichai, in the course of that attack, was separated from his family. And since then, he has not heard from his wife and from his 3 young children. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being separated from your wife and your 3 young children after terrorists attack your house? Avichai Brodich is here with me in Tel Aviv. I can't imagine it. I have a wife and I have 2 children. I cannot imagine the pain you're going through.
You know, I really don't know what I'm feeling right now as well. It's a whole big bunch of a mix of feelings because, you know, at the beginning, first day, I thought they were dead. So it was horrible. You know, I just thought my whole life was over. And, you know, I was thinking all sorts of thoughts. And then the next day, I found out that they were seen alive, you know, walking towards Gaza.
How did you find that out? Like someone told you?
Someone in the kibbutz saw them walking.
With Hamas people with them,
That's correct. That's correct. And you know, that was the happiest day of my life.
They were alive.
They were alive. And so, you know, at first I was, you know, just devastated, and then, you know, the next second, I was, you know, it was the best day of my life.
First of all, tell me who we're looking at here. What's your wife's name?
My wife's name is Hagar.
Hagar, and how old is she?
She's 40 years old.
40 years old. And tell me who your three kids are. Let's put up pictures. Can we just get a solid picture, guys? There you go. So that's Hagar on the left.
That's Hagar.
Who's the girl on the left?
That's Ofri. That's my daughter. She's 10.
She's the one that just turned 10.
That's correct.
Who's the little boy in there?
This is Yuval. He's 8 years old.
Yuval, and who's the little one?
And the other one is Uriah. He's 4 years old.
He's 4 years old. Beautiful kids. Beautiful family.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay. Let's see if I can get through this interview. Okay, so you said that you think the Israeli government should prioritize hostages above all else. So are you upset that the ground campaign has started, that the incursion has started? Are you worried that's bad, that might mean that the hostages, that might be bad news for the hostages?
Well, you know, I'm worried all day, you know.
Yeah.
I wake up worried, and I go to sleep worried, and I wake up in the middle of the night worried. So, you know, I don't want them to prioritize it. I want this to be the only mission. I think that's the only mission that should be.
Right.
Israel, you know, when I was brought up on Holocaust stories,
right,
and Israel was brought up on one thing, you know, never again. That was the thing that Israel, that I was brought up on, and Israel was, you know, that's the only reason.
So do the swap. Whatever swap they want, do it.
You know, just do everything. Just do everything just for this. You know, my family's there. It's been over 3 weeks. Just do everything for my family. They're over there. This only reminds me of one time in history of, you know, recent Jewish history. It should be over.
Yeah. Now you went to I'm from Washington, D.C. You went to Washington, D.C., and you met with lawmakers. What was your message to U.S. lawmakers?
My message was, you know, that they're probably, you know, all of them or most of them are family people, and, you know, they felt my hurt.
You were meeting with, that's Senator
Coons.
Yeah. Senator Coons of Delaware. Yeah, he's on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Yeah. He was really this awesome guy, you know, he was really nice and understanding.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think they should, well, I hope, you know, I plead for them to help me with this mission of mine. You know, it's just a humane thing to do and help release the hostages that you know, just, and they were so nice and understanding, and I really think that they will do the most they can for me and for all the hostages. It really felt that way.
Does it give you hope that 4 hostages have been released and 1 was rescued? Does that give you any hope? Because there are, I guess, about 229 hostages left. But the fact that, you know, that 4 of them, you know, 2 Americans, 2 Israeli women were, you know, alive, and 1 Israeli soldier was rescued. I mean, that must give you some hope, some positive.
Well, it does, and you know, the thing that gives me hope is that they're in good shape. You know, they have been, you know, treated well. So this gives me hope, because I got my wife and, you know, my 3 kids over there. So all day I think about them, how they're being treated, are they safe, you know, at least health-wise, and if they're being fed all right. It looks like the hostages that have been released have been well kept after. So this does give me hope, or at least it's strength. And but you know, there's still so many over there, so it's just a drop in the ocean right now for me. So you know, I'm still keep on fighting this, and I still want to meet people and, you know, tell them my story so everybody knows, you know, I really miss my wife, I really miss my kids. It's been over 3 weeks. I'm lost, you know, I'm just lost. I got my friends with me, and so they're keeping me all right.
I don't know how you're doing it, man.
Yeah, me neither, but yeah, I just have to keep on going. That's all I have. All I have is my family.
Yeah, you got to keep going, because they're going to come back. They're going to come back, and they need you when they're back.
I have a lot of faith. I have really a lot of faith, and a lot of people pray for me, and you know, it's.
Well, look, you know what? So look at that camera right there. There are people around the world watching right now, praying for you right now, and there are also people out there who, like, you know, there's a lot of pain in Gaza right now.
That's
correct. And you probably don't want that pain.
I do not.
What do you want the people watching right now? What do you want them to know?
You know, I just want them to look at their families, to think about their families, and, you know, think about me and my family that is over there. I really want my kids to, you know, to be right here, and, you know, I want Yuval to play soccer, and Uriah to play in his Xbox, and, you know, Ofri to play her guitar, and my wife to be with me. You know, I sleep alone at night. I want to hug my wife, you know, and be with her. Just want everyone to think about their families, and, you know, everybody knows what's right. Just do everything they can to help me, you know, to help the hostages, to bring them back home.
Bring them home. Bring them home.
Just bring them home.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks very much.
I want you to come back, and I want you to come back with your wife and your 2 sons and your beautiful daughter, and we'll celebrate. We'll celebrate when they're back.
I really wish it will happen soon. Thanks very much.
We'll be right back.
Stars Play in Abu Dhabi is the region's leading streaming service that brings you the magic of films and the excitement of sports to your favorite device, be it television or your mobile phone. With a business like ours, we need a range of talent, from technology as well as creative. We found Abu Dhabi to be our hub for accessing that type of talent.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. All these plans include a Healthy Options Allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Other benefits on these plans include free rides to and from your medical appointments. You pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. All plans have dental coverage, which includes 2 free cleanings a year, fillings, and a yearly exam. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing tests and coverage for hearing aids. You'll also have a $0 copay for the shingles and other routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Generalized myasthenia gravis made my life a lot harder. But the picture started changing when I started on Vyvgart.
Vyvgart is for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis who are anti-AChR antibody positive. In a clinical trial, Vyvgart significantly improved most participants' ability to do daily activities when added to their current GMG treatment. Most participants taking Vyvgart also had less muscle weakness.
And your Vyvgart treatment schedule is designed just for you.
In a clinical study, the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. Vyvgart may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. Vyvgart can cause allergic reactions. Available as Vyvgart for IV infusion, and now as Vyvgart Hytrulo for subcutaneous injection. Additional side effects for Vyvgart Hytrulo may include injection site reactions. Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart.
Welcome back to The Lead, and you're looking live over Gaza, where we have seen explosions light up the night sky over the last few minutes. Tonight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is rejecting any calls for a ceasefire in Gaza, saying that would mean Israel would be surrendering to terrorists, and the U.S. appears to be backing that interpretation. Amos Yadlin is a retired major general of the Israel Defense Forces and former head of Israel's Defense Intelligence Agency. General, thank you so much for joining us. So last night, Netanyahu tweeted and then deleted a post that blamed the IDF and the Shin Bet, the intelligence chief, for not warning him about the October 7th attack. He then was criticized. He deleted the tweet and he apologized, which is not a common thing for Netanyahu to do. What was your first thought when you saw that Netanyahu had blamed the IDF and Shin Bet? We should point out for our audience that Netanyahu has not really accepted any blame for what happened on October 7th, even though most of the major leaders in his cabinet and in the IDF have accepted their share of the blame.
See, no doubt that the 7th of October was a catastrophic failure, and basically 3 failures in a row. All the stars were aligned against Israel, which caused the disaster. It's intelligence failure, it's operational failure, and it's a political leadership failure. So the head of intelligence and the head of the military said that they take responsibility, but they look forward to win this war. The Prime Minister haven't accepted his responsibility, and in a way started some kind of campaign to put all the blame on the other two. This is unacceptable. I'm glad he apologized, he understood the mistake, and the goal is now, Jay, to win the war, to destroy Hamas, and to bring back all the hostages from Gaza.
The New York Times is reporting that Shin Bet saw unusual activity by Hamas in the early hours of October 7th, but did not think that that unusual activity warranted waking up Prime Minister Netanyahu. Take us inside how you think that judgment could have been made, that this activity wouldn't have been a big deal.
I don't think that these events were investigated and debriefed already. Our face is forward. We will, at the end of the war, look at every mistake that was done. First, to see who to blame, but more than that, to learn and to debrief how it will never happen again.
One of the other obvious mistakes was out in the open, which was Netanyahu was so focused on making sure that the Palestinians were divided, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Hamas in Gaza, that because he didn't want there to be a Palestinian state, that he supported Hamas getting money from, I think, Qatar, and obviously was more focused on Iran and Hezbollah, and took his eye off the ball in Hamas. And I wonder if you think that these political calculations were just honest mistakes, or that they were political miscalculations rooted in something else.
The policy against Hamas found to be a huge mistake. But the policy against Hamas, the paradigm was that Hamas is a responsible regime in Gaza, that Sinwar cares for his 2 million people, that he is accountable for them. He wants their standard of living to go up. He wants to build Gaza. And this was a mistake. He was a terrorist. He stay a terrorist. He doesn't care about the 2 million people. And he planned this pogrom in Israel instead of taking care of the people of Gaza. This mistake is not only of the Prime Minister. It went all over. The previous Prime Ministers, the head of the Shin Bet, the head of the IDF. The mistake of the Prime Minister was that to avoid a peace process with the Palestinian Authority, he not only considered Hamas to be the terror, but as you said in your question, he supplies them with Qatari money and with all materials that helps them to produce a military force on the border of Israel, which is against what the Oslo Accord and Prime Minister Rabin promised all the Israelis, that there will be, if there will be a Palestinian authority or state or entity, it will be demilitarized. And what Israel is going to do now is to demilitarize the Gaza Strip. The second mistake of Mr. Netanyahu is the 9 months that he pushed Israel into a domestic crisis. Everybody was busy with his judicial reform instead of being ready to he caused, in a way, a decrease in the deterrence of Israel, weakening the deterrence of Israel, which unfortunately led to this attack, among other reasons.
Retired IDF Major General Amos Yadlin, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insights, sir. And then there is the desperation in Gaza. Hardly any food, hardly any water. Any semblance of civil order has deteriorated into chaos. A man whose aunt is in Gaza volunteering joins us next.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
People thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. With Cerevital Advanced, I wake up refreshed.
Cerevital Advanced is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at Cerevital.com. Drive Time has a big announcement. An even easier way to buy a car. You make the deal yourself.
I made the deal myself.
It lets you customize the real down payment and monthly payment of the car you want to buy.
It's the Drive Time Real Deal Maker!
Get the real deal at drivetime.com.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Have you heard? Sling TV offers the news you love for less. Wait, you look and sound just like me. Actually, I am you. Because I'm the same news programs on Sling for less. You mean you're me, but for less money? A lot less. I'm all your favorite news programs and more on Sling, starting at just $40 a month. Everything great about me, but for less money? Which makes me greater, don't you think? It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Tired of sciatic nerve pain radiating down your leg and lower back? Get relief, finally, with MagnaLife Leg and Back Pain Relief Cream. Fast acting, and yes, it really works. So get living.
Available at your local retailer.
Whenever you're hungry, there's a deal on the Subway app. Buy 1 foot long, get 50% off in the Subway app today.
Now that's a deal worth celebrating.
Man, what are you doing? Get it before it's gone on the Subway app.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
Coventry, even a term policy for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-392-7600 or visit coventrydirect.com.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
We're back live in Tel Aviv today. 26 aid trucks passed inspection and were able to make their way from Egypt into Gaza, in addition to the 45 trucks that made it through yesterday. That's not going to be enough, though. The aid is trickling in. Civilians, however, still can't get out. Some 500 to 600 Americans, as you know, are still stuck in Gaza. One of them is Ramona Okamura. She's from Seattle. She's a prosthetics expert. She's volunteering in Gaza with the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Her nephew, Nick Pang, joins us now. Nick, when's the last time you heard from your aunt, and how was she doing when you talked to her?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. So, I mean, we are very grateful that she has been in UN compounds where, given everything going on, she is relatively safe and does have access to electricity. So we did hear from her earlier today, just saying that, I mean, she's still alive, she loves us, and that she looks forward to being back with us.
Well, that's at least some good news. Your aunt has been recording some voice memos. I want to play one that she recorded yesterday.
I am in Rafah waiting for the border to open. After more than 3 weeks of thousands of explosions in Rafah, I can't believe the State Department's advice is to wait in Rafah near the border while all the bombs, missiles, and shells from the sea are hitting everywhere in Rafah. And yet they say they're carefully monitoring the situation here. What's with that?
Yeah, seriously. What is it like to hear that message from your aunt, and how frustrated are you with the U.S. State Department?
I mean, it just makes my heart pound to hear my aunt. It's so wonderful to, not only see words that she's written on a screen, but to actually hear her voice. And I am glad that she has, the strength to continue on. But we are very frustrated with the State Department. I mean, we have been speaking with legislators, we've heard from the State Department, but for weeks now, she's just been told to stay near the Rafah crossing so that when it opens, she can exit into Egypt. But as she said, there are constant missile strikes and fighting nearby. She and her group of other NGO workers are running low on food and water. There is respiratory and gastrointestinal diseases going around, and so we are very terrified and frustrated that she is still there and healthy and safe for now, but we can't count on that forever. We can't count on that much longer.
For people who are just tuning in, Nick's aunt is a prosthetics expert, and some of the photographs you're seeing are some of the work that she's doing in Gaza to help kids and other individuals get prosthetic legs, prosthetic arms. Nick, it sounds as though you don't think the U.S. government is doing enough to help Americans get out, and you're certainly not alone in your frustration. I've talked to Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, on my show, and he says that the Israelis have been cooperative, the Egyptians are willing to open Rafah, and that the problem has been Hamas. Hamas is not willing to let Americans out of Gaza. Do you accept that explanation?
It's hard to say. I am not there, and given how dangerous it is for my Aunt Ramona to be sitting at the Rafah crossing, I don't know if every single day there are Hamas agents preventing people from leaving, but on the 2 days that the U.S. State Department, going on nearly 3 weeks ago, told Americans that the Rafah crossing would be opening, she did spend the whole day there, so on 2 separate occasions, going on 2.5 weeks ago, and on those 2 days at least, there were no Hamas fighters or agents preventing people from leaving. And so I can't say. I don't know if I can't say what is Hamas's role in these negotiations. And I realize that it's a very complex situation and negotiation. But I am not certain that it is, and the family, and she is not certain if it is entirely Hamas's fault that the Rafah crossing has not opened.
You say that she and the group of humanitarian aid workers she's with have food and have water rations for at least the next few days, but it's going to be difficult for them to re-up on supplies based on what we're hearing from other Americans. You must be very worried.
Yeah, we're just terrified about that. Again, she recognizes that she loves children, that's why she's there. She's a pediatric prosthetics expert. And so she realizes that she's incredibly privileged to have access to food and water, unlike many of the people right outside of the UN compound. But, there's a number of things. There is not much aid coming into Gaza. There is no fuel coming into Gaza. And even though this NGO group is able to pay for food at rates that most Palestinians are not able to pay, at some point their trucks are going to run out of gasoline and they won't be able to go to stores. At some point, and they're getting to this point where they're not able to find bottled water anywhere. and they've been subsisting on canned foods for the last few weeks. I mean, at some point, they will run out, and that's terrifying.
Yeah.
And so she is very grateful, but we're still terrified.
McPeng, thank you so much. I'll be praying for Auntie Ramona. Thank you so much for telling your story. Coming up next, the frightening moment when an anti-Semitic mob rushed the tarmac and rushed a plane that had just landed from Israel. Exactly what happened here and what it could mean for tensions around the world. Stay with us.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
There comes a time when you realize the kitchen you used to love is ready for a refresh. Let a Cabinets to Go design expert help you craft the look you want with quality products in today's designer styles and colors, backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. Out with the old, in with the new. It's that easy. From design to install, we do it all. Plus, get 0% APR for a limited time. Visit cabinetstogo.com to schedule your free design consultation today. Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentyx works for me.
Cosentyx helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentyx.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
We're here. Hey, we're coming. So I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, know your glucose level and where it's headed without finger sticks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. It's covered by Medicare for those who qualify. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system.
There was an incident when I was at Harvard with my roommate. He accused me of copying from his senior thesis. You got kicked out of Harvard for cheating? No, I got kicked out of Harvard for hitting him. What, like punched him out? No, I hit him with a car. By accident. There you go, Killa.
The Holdovers, rated R. Now playing in select theaters. In theaters everywhere November 10th.
We've got questions about Medicare plans.
Well, we've got a lot of answers. How can I help?
Well, for starters, do you have a Medicare plan I can actually afford?
How about a plan with a $0 monthly premium?
Well, that's a great start. What other benefits can we get?
Things like dental, vision, and hearing. But let me help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Don't wait. Call 1-888-65-AETNA to get answers to your questions and pick a plan that's right for you. And let's make healthier happen together.
This is the #1 hair supplement in Scandinavia, and let me tell you, they know what they're doing with beauty.
Find us at Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
I'm Rahel Sullivan in New York, and this is CNN.
And we're back in Tel Aviv live, where moments ago Israel issued its highest level travel warning for Russia's Dagestan region. That's a section of Russia with a large Muslim population, and last night an anti-Semitic mob stormed through the airport there after a flight from Israel landed. CNN's Fred Pleitkin reports on the harrowing scene in and around the airport.
The moment an angry mob charged onto the tarmac towards a plane from Tel Aviv looking for Israelis. Some of the passengers surrounded, forced to prove they aren't Jews. I'm Uzbek, but I don't know Uzbek language, this man assures. Do you want to fool us? Take his passport, a man answers. Rumors had swirled in the Muslim-majority Dagestan region of Russia that this jet was carrying refugees from Israel, setting off the rampage. There are no more passengers here, honestly, a ground staff member says as the crowd surrounds the aircraft. Everyone immediately go back onto the plane. The crew of a different aircraft orders its passengers as the protesters charge those disembarking. Hundreds also broke into the terminal building, some carrying Palestinian flags, leading to a total shutdown of the airport. The melee continued outside as well. Rioters searching vehicles, also looking for Jews. I have a sick kid. Here, we only have sick kids. Let us go, the man in this bus says. This woman screams, we were traveling to bring our kids to get medical treatment. Let us go. What do you want from us? Russian security forces used choppers to bring in reinforcements, firing into the air to try and push the protesters back. Authorities say more than 20 were injured and more than 60 detained, the crowd throwing rocks at riot police even after they were driven out of the airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin held a meeting with his security staff, but the Kremlin blames, quote, external interference for inciting the crowd. While it's not clear whether any Israelis were harmed, condemnation from Israel's president in an interview with German publication Bild.
It was like a pogrom. Thank God it was prevented at the end by the authorities. But it looked like pogrom, and it was live, and everybody was worried.
So, Jacob, some pretty clear words there coming from the Israeli president. Obviously, some extremely troubling scenes that we saw there from Dagestan. The Israeli government also condemned what happened there in Dagestan, and also demanded that Russia do everything to keep both Israeli citizens, but Jews in general in Russia as well, safe. The United States State Department, of course, tonight doing exactly the same thing, Jake. Fred Pleitkin, thank you so much. It's happening in more places than Dagestan. Recent actions of hate in the United States, notably on college campuses. Stay with us.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. We work as hard as we can to get the facts.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, next on CNN.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and see how you can get more of what matters with our broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. These plans are made to support your whole health with $0 annual physical exams, $0 lab tests, and $0 preventive care like mammograms and colonoscopies. And you'll get more for your Medicare dollar with $0 copays on most covered dental services, a $0 eye exam, and an allowance for eyewear, plus $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions at the pharmacy or by mail. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans. So give us a call to learn more about coverage options in your area. With our Right Plan promise, you have our commitment to helping you find the right plan for your needs. And to help make life with Medicare simpler, you'll get the all-in-one member U-Card. Only from United Healthcare, the U-Card is your United Healthcare member ID and much more. Show your U-card when you visit your primary care provider, dentist, or eye doctor, or fill a prescription at the pharmacy, and use it to access Medicare Advantage's largest national network of providers. You can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. Enrollment ends December 7th. Now's the time to learn more about America's most chosen Medicare Advantage plans and how they can open doors to a simpler healthcare experience with the all-in-one U-card. Call United Healthcare today about the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name and get more of what matters to you.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Having more energy for me means I want to go out and do more with my life. With Cerevital Advance, I wake up refreshed. I have the energy to travel and live the life I want. And people thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. Cerevital Advance helps me live a beautiful life.
Cerevital Advance is an award-winning supplement at Ulta. Go to trycerevital.com for your risk-free trial. Just call 800-719-6260 or visit trycerevital.com.
Imagine the moment when your world comes back into focus. Healthy vision means kids can go to school, parents can provide for their families, and seniors can stay independent. For 60 years, Operation Eyesight has partnered with communities to prevent blindness and restore sight. We believe everyone deserves eye health care regardless of age, gender, or ability to pay. Visit OperationEyesight.com to donate today for all the world to see.
Coventry, even a term policy for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on.
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-392-7600 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
We're back live from Tel Aviv. The conflict here between Israel and Hamas and Gaza is creating tensions around the world, including on college campuses in the United States. Cornell University's police department just announced it is increasing patrols and providing extra security for Jewish students and organizations at Cornell after threatening, graphic, and hate-filled messages were aimed at Cornell's Jewish community over the weekend. According to the Cornell Daily Sun, the school student newspaper, online messages surfaced with threats of shooting, raping, and killing Jewish students from the left, purportedly, or at least from supporters of the Palestinian cause. The incident came after one Cornell history professor described himself as, quote, exhilarated after the October 7th attack on Israelis, most of them civilians, 1,400 of them. The professor later apologized for his choice of words. Joining us now is Frederick Lawrence. He is a distinguished lecturer at the Georgetown Law Center and is the former president of Brandeis University in Massachusetts. Thanks for joining us again, Frederick. Aside having been a university president, you also have some experience when it comes to bias crimes. What do you make of these threats? And do you believe that American colleges and universities are well equipped to handle a conflict like this spilling out onto the campuses?
These threats are very real. They should be taken very seriously. The ones at Cornell you just talked about, there have been instances recently at Tulane, at Berkeley, at many other schools. Campus security is stretched to the breaking point. This is not the sort of thing they're used to dealing with. So I think campuses right now are well advised to be working with local law enforcement. I know when I was at Brandeis, we worked very closely with the local Waltham police in matters like this. I think the kind of thing that we used to deal with, being a school that had a particular Jewish identity, most schools in the country are now experiencing in some form or another.
About 130 faculty members from Columbia University and Barnard College signed an open letter. They were expressing concerns about the way they felt some students were being targeted and labeled anti-Semitic after they signed a statement that shared pro-Palestinian views. And on the surface, that sounds reasonable. But the letter, when you read it, it described the October 7th terrorist attacks against Israelis. That described it as a military response by an oppressed people. And I know that that really upset a lot of people. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we have to distinguish, Jake, among three different kinds of speech. There's actual threatening behavior like the kind you were just talking about at Cornell. There's no place for that. That can be prohibited on campus. That can be prohibited by law in our communities. Then there's the second category that you're talking about now of words that are offensive. Perhaps one would even say hateful. But they're not threatening individual people. They're not even threatening a group of students on campus. I think those do not call for prohibition. What they do call for is for forceful response by the central administration to say, students can say that, faculty can say that, but that's not the values of this institution. I think that's the piece that many university presidents are finding challenging right now. It's not about repressing speech like that, but it is about answering it back. Then there's the third category, which is tough discussion of tough issues, and a wise president's not going to weigh in on every single discussion. You let those discussions play out. But that second category I talked about is where the real complicated choices have to be made, and I think presidents are finding that very challenging today.
Well, if you were a college president and a professor or 130 professors were describing the terrorist attacks on Israeli civilians as a military response, and there were Jewish students that felt like, how can you justify that? That might not be a threat, but it is a justification of the slaughter of Jewish civilians. How do you handle that as a university president?
I think you have to do two sets of things. One is that you have to make strong comments that say the university, by its president, has a view on this, and it's a different view, and that it does not see this as a military action, but saw it as a terrorist action, saw it as murder of innocent people. At the same time, you have to be involved in what universities actually do best and are at their strongest point, which is education. And this is a time for looking to your faculty members who are knowledgeable in these areas to play roles in their classes, in campus-wide activities, in town hall meetings. I know this is hard, and I know it sounds like that's a pale response, but the whole idea of education, of higher education, is making nuanced distinctions, and we have to regain that. If we lose that on our campuses, we've lost something very precious.
And also very important to not paint people who support Palestinian rights and support Palestinian statehood as supporting terrorism, completely different things.
I think that's an incredibly important point that you just made, and it's very easy for people on multiple sides to oversimplify what's on the other side. Support for terrorism has to be called out and has to be labeled as it is. Differences of opinion, that has to be supported.
Yeah. Frederick Lawrence, thank you so much for your insights. I appreciate it. We'll be right back.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about
Watch out for bias and prejudice. Always make sure you question authority and seek truth. A song by Paul Beckman, Paul the Rainbow Song, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world, created October 30th, 2023. Watch out for bias and prejudice. 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 Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out for bias and prejudice. 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 Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Question authority and always seek truth. Question authority and seek truth. Question authority and always seek truth. Question authority and seek truth. That's the best thing that you can do.